It is 8 o'clock. I'll call the meeting to order. We can stand for the pledge, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, public comment. Don, I know you had something. I think you're the only one, so.
Okay. Well, this is in regard to our drain force situation's been going on, and Howard, the last time I was here, you mentioned you know a lot of the background of this project and what was taking place with it. And I guess one reason that there's been times when there's been a lot of the landowners here is to try to get information that's transparent to what's going on. And, back in 2023, when we had the completion hearing, landowners were told if we assessed $300,000 that would take care of the debt along with what we provided from other sources for drain forward. In December of 2023, there was $964,000 on the books yet. The interest that would have been over $1 million. So between what we had given and what FEMA had paid in the fall of 23, we were still short $1 million on this drain. Okay? As it appears from what you find in your paperwork, documents coming from your treasurer's office. Back in May of 2024 in the boardroom, it was stated that there was $700,000 was in arrears was because of the previous project of 2018, which, as we found out in last August of 25, that wasn't the case. That was a statement that was erroneous, misleading. So in 2024, we had a meeting for the board to bring us the information why there was a $700,000 spread being done. And then at that meeting, we were told that there was a secret bookkeeper and that we would not be privy to the documentation that came up with the $700,000 levy. That's a lack of transparency. As trustees, you're entrusted to be transparent to the landowners. So let's move on again. Then that brings us up to 2025, when we were told that in the denial, that it was a blanket denial, and there was not invoices or GI numbers attached to it. Well, looking at both of the denial letters, there were invoices and DI numbers attached to the denial. It was not a blanket denial.
What was the last thing you said there? There were invoices attached?
Yes.
And then what?
And DI numbers, identification numbers.
Then you said one more thing at the end.
So there,
It wasn't a blanket denial.
it was not a blanket denial.
Okay.
So all we've ever asked as landowners is for transparency in this project. We were told in August of 25 that FEMA didn't come with money, we'd be suing FEMA for fraud. I do believe you're following the process FEMA has now by going to arbitration. That's probably the correct way to go. But it seems that when it comes to transparency, this board is either unwilling or unable to provide it. Now, Howard, you're a farmer, landowner, I believe.
Barely, but yeah.
If you were in our position, how would you feel?
Well, I'd wanna know what's going on, but it's my understanding that everybody spent time from the auditor's office to the drainage, they've all spent time and been willing to provide anything you asked for.
Well, if we had that, we would have the FEMA paperwork, which we don't have.
Yeah, I don't know.
So, I mean, that's, all I'm asking in the future is that we get some transparency to this project. Because we were told we were gonna be into it for one number, and right now it's apparent we're about twice that amount or maybe more as landowners. And I do feel that this last expense we're having with this legal expense should be borne by the board. The landowners didn't create this problem. what I have. Thank you for your time.
So do you think we should have skipped the legal expense?
No, but I think you should stand it.
Thank you for your comments.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else for public comment? Seeing none, I will take a motion to approve the agenda and minutes from February 3rd. Motion by Garmin. Second by Haas. Any discussion on the agenda or minutes? Hearing none, all in favor of approving, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. Update from secondary road foreman. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Anything exciting going on in the secondary road department? Do you
Touched
feel
on a few gravel
you need to
roads
update us, or
As things thaw out a little bit and it's,
mushy out there yesterday?
yeah. If it's too soft, you gotta quit too, so it's. Varies.
Adjusting into the new role, Brian?
Yeah, it's a process.
Yeah, it always is. Any questions for the foreman?
No.
Okay,
Just keep doing what you do.
yep, appreciate your work.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you.
Yep,
Thank you.
alright. Have a good day. Next up, we will acknowledge the transfers made by the Kossuth County Auditor from general basic to secondary road in the amount of $996.70, and from rural basic to secondary road in the amount of $6,772.15. Transfers made on February 4th. The record reflect we acknowledge those. Next up, we have discussion decision to appoint township trustee for Lincoln Township. It looks like Jordan Valvick is interested in being that, so motion by Stecker to appoint Jordan Valvick as Lincoln Township trustee. Second by Garmin. Any discussion on appointing Jordan? If not, all in favor of approving, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. I did have the trustee for Laverne reach out to me and, would like, when his term is up this year, we need to appoint somebody new, he's wanting off.
Okay.
I think I let Melissa know.
Usually they have to find somebody to replace them.
They need to?
Yes,
Okay.
usually it's their job to find that person.
Okay.
And then they bring it to us and then we
I
appoint them, so if
will-
you could let them know that.
I will let
Okay.
JD know.
Okay.
Okay. Alright, next up, we have our public hearing for construction permit application. And Corey is here. Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
And we'll need just about to ask, we'll need a motion to open the public hearing. Motion by Stecker to open the public hearing. Second by Wactor. Any discussion? If not, roll call vote please.
Wactor,
Yes.
Garmin,
Yes.
Stecker, Haas,
Yes.
Nath.
Yes. Motion carried, public hearing is open. And Corey, if you've got anything you wanna share?
Going through the master matrix for what they're wanting to do, everything, their numbers are good, everything that they have is within distances. The only one thing I was concerned about was their distance from well, which I physically went out and measured, and they're actually 10 foot long, so all their numbers are accurate.
Okay. I don't think anybody is here for the projects at all, okay? Well, then,
It was just an increase in numbers.
increase in numbers, yeah. So, motion to close the public hearing by Stecker,
I can second that.
second by Haas. Any discussion? If not, roll call vote please.
Wactor,
Yes.
Garmin,
Yes.
Stecker,
Yes.
Haas,
Yes.
Nath.
Yes. Hearing is closed. And then we'll need a decision. This is resolution number 2102601 to approve the construction permit application for Plum Creek 36 site in Plum Creek Township.
So moved.
Motion by Garmin. Second by Wactor. Any discussion? on the resolution? Okay, hearing none, do a roll call vote, please.
Wactor,
Yes.
Garmin,
Yes,
Stecker,
Yes.
Haas,
Yes.
Nath,
Yes. Resolution carries.
I'll go grab all of the bids that we got.
Okay, sounds great. Thanks, Corey. Thank you. Have a good day. You like those, they're easy.
Well, after the
Short
first,
discussion.
after the first one, they are easy.
Yeah, right.
Thank you.
Yep, see ya.
Carter, I was gonna tell you, Chris is not here again today either because of the jury duty.
Chris.
thing.
Oh, Carissa.
Carissa.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
she got chosen, so.
okay,
So she won't be here today.
yeah. It's too bad she doesn't live in Kossuth County. My wife's on jury duty too, but there's nothing anything.
Not been anything, oh, like.
Okay, who wants some charger?
Sure. Unless somebody else is jumping at the bit too. This is a big packages.
Yeah. Krista has, jury duty, so she's unable to be here, otherwise she would be here this
Yeah,
morning.
yeah.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
sorry, Amber.
That's okay.
Is Phil here?
Yes, he
I
is
thought I
back
saw
there
him up
behind
there.
the
He's
pole.
back
Oh, he's back there,
Yeah.
okay. Behind the pole. Alrighty, well, we will vote to open the proposals here from the architects for the emergency response complex. Can we just go ahead and open it? It's like Christmas. Alright.
Take your box.
Okay, this first one is from CMBA Architects out of Spencer. I assume, oh, this, one for each of us. This must not be the, what I'm after here. Is there anything else in the box? Maybe it's a,
What are you looking for?
or I don't know what,
The amount.
I don't-
This is, it's a proposal for their qualifications, so they've got some experience and other stuff that way, so I think it is what we need.
oh, is it? Okay.
There's no dollar.
It's not a price.
I'm sorry.
They did, I believe they did send me an email. I did not send it yet because I didn't want you guys
Okay,
looking at it before
Yeah,
it was
sure.
open.
okay.
And I haven't looked at it yet either, but I will look at that and send it to you.
Okay.
Okay,
My computer's being slow.
well, we can come back to them
Yes.
and, we'll go ahead and, this is from Atura. We're in Clear Lake. I'm gonna assume probably the information we're looking for is on the front.
Probably on the thumb drive. I don't have an empty thumb drive. Do you have an empty thumb drive?
Well, I don't think I
You
can,
need an adapter.
we'll need an adapter, yeah.
pole.
Is there one there? Oh, okay.
It's probably a digital version of this, though. Right? I don't know why it would be anything different. They're not gonna have prices on there.
Okay.
I don't think anyone's supposed to.
Oh, okay. Is there?
And they have like, they have dollar amounts on things they've done in the past.
Sure.
But not, which it wasn't, the purpose was the request for qualifications.
I am, forwarding you the email from CMBA Architects.
Yep. Okay. Here, I will open it. Oh, okay, they sent us on the USB, the fairgrounds presentation from last week.
Oh, okay.
That's what's
Okay.
on there.
Oh,
Yep.
That's nice.
Yep. Okay, next up I'll open from, I'm gonna assume this is Berglund and Cram, it is.
Like we got an extra here, so.
Oh,
thanks.
yep. Okay. And are we looking for a decision on a firm to go with today? Or,
I believe that's what we need to do.
okay,
I think we definitely can, but I don't know if we are gonna be able to look through
well,
all
that's,
their stuff
yeah.
and. I mean, we wouldn't be able to check with any references or anything like that here sitting in the meeting. Do we have any others, or is that?
That, nope, that was the only three, just the three, so. Are there any thoughts from the board as far as whether you want to make a decision today or wait a week so we can check the preferences or?
I don't know that any of us could flip through all the information we just got handed and really look over it.
I don't know if that's really a fair thing to any of them to
Right,
just open it and say, well, we'll pick this guy, yeah.
but I think we should make a decision next week.
Oh, definitely, definitely.
And maybe at the end of today, like depending on how our day goes, maybe we can, you know, look
Yeah,
at them
yeah.
and talk further about it
Sure.
and,
Is there anything you guys wanna say while you were here,
Just happy to continue the partnerships we've had with the county and with the EMS, Phil and Carissa and their crews. Excited to help out where we can, and, you know, we know it's gonna be an investment, but we also know we can help out with that first portion of it and make it not painful, so.
Yeah,
okay,
appreciate you being here with us too.
absolutely.
You know, we've got people in the county, we've got one person lives right here in Ogama, Kevin lives in Wesley in the county, so we're close by. Right here.
yeah, I'm
Yeah,
fine if we got extra time today, we can
come back to this.
come back to it, but otherwise, yeah, let's look it over for a week and talk next week.
Okay. Thanks for your proposal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Next up, we have discussion decision to add sentence to page 6 of Kossuth County Handbook to clarify language for collective bargaining agreements.
So this was brought up by Sheriff Roger Fisher, that some of the deputies questioned the language in the handbook, and so we had reached out to Ehlers and Cooney, even after Renee had given us information, and Ann said, though, although she didn't really think the handbook needed to be clarified because it's the law, we could add the sentence that says the county will negotiate any mandatory topics of bargaining as required by law. So today we'd like you to decide if you want that added to the handbook or not.
Does it change anything?
No.
Yeah, I think it would be sheet clarification to put in there, I'd agree, I don't think it changes anything, but I think it doesn't hurt to put it in there either, so that if anyone else looks at it and asks the same question, you have something that addresses it.
You looking for a motion to add that sentence or?
Well, add it or not add it.
What is the sentence? I
Um,
mean, I know what it entails, but
Reread it, yeah.
Yeah, I'll reread it, okay. The county will negotiate any mandatory topics of bargaining as required by law.
I would hope so.
Do that in.
Yeah.
I think it just clarifies that the law supersedes the handbook, which should be self-explanatory, but
I guess, yeah, I would think. I would think so, yeah, Donna.
Well, in the handbook, it does say, for employees whose employment is governed by a collective bargaining agreement, specific provisions of the collective bargaining agreement shall take precedence over the provisions of the employee handbook. So I know we're driving it back home, I'm not opposed to it, but then when you say it's sheet fix, we also need to talk about how we're gonna distribute it. Are we just gonna make an addendum, we're gonna make a change, we're gonna hand out new handbooks? you know, that's, cause I know there's also things, I'm not opposed to saying that we do it, but there's just, I think, one other tab that we've already talked about that maybe needs to be addressed in the handbook. But each time something comes up, I don't know that it's just as simple as doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're gonna make this work.
I would
I
say
don't-
it's an addendum.
But then we wanted to go away from addendums, cause then you gotta keep track of the
yeah, then they're
addendums.
hard to keep.
And we're just 2 months past the
Yeah.
handbook, so
Yeah,
I think we need to, again, I'm not opposed, but is it a today thing?
Necessary.
I think for me, if the attorney had said, yes, this is necessary, you have to have it in there, I'd be like,
Like,
yeah.
did she say it was necessary,
No.
she said to clarify?
no, she said it's
No,
not
That
necessary.
it's not necessary.
I don't think you need
Because
to
we have to
clarify.
follow the law.
Yeah, yes,
Right.
We are following the law.
Yeah.
We're repeating ourselves,
Right.
but, and it's been this wording since the handbook for 35 years, and we've had other agreements in place.
Yeah, and it's always been understood that the law for bargaining agreements supersedes that. If there is bargaining agreements.
Just sounds like more busy work for Donna or anybody
Well,
else
and I can do it.
when there's better
but
things to do.
We need to talk about that, and I think we're moving towards updating it, soon anyway.
What's the other section that needs addressed?
Well, I think there's been many discussions that secondary roads is not, so we would be adding
Because
them.
of the,
And then I think there was just one, chief deputy that was not addressed into the category of this handbook. That's it. Right now, or if it's been pointed out.
Okay.
Is that something that sentence we can table until we're doing that update for the other parts and just have that in at that time?
if you think it's necessary.
I mean, I don't, but if you guys do, we can do it then, but if not, just leave it out.
I guess I'd be in the camp, but I don't think it's necessary, I wouldn't be printing handbooks in this day and age anymore anyway, maybe.
I know.
I-
And we did, like, internally to the courthouse, we emailed them, but we did make copies for other entities.
If anybody wants to make motion anyway, otherwise we'll let it rest. Okay. Don't hear any opinions, so. Alright, we'll move on from that then, no decision made. Next up, we have discussion decision courthouse hours. Kyle, you requested this be on the agenda last week and
it
for a board
came up in our
discussion?
budget discussions almost every year, of the differences of hours being worked. I think we should talk about it as an actual agenda item rather than discussions every time we get to budgets, so. I think we just need to discuss it, and if we're gonna make any changes, or if we're not gonna make any changes, have that conversation and move on, so it doesn't come up every time we have a budget conversation.
No, that's fair, and one thing, I will say, based on our previous discussions, important for the board to know is that the board cannot tell employees that they have to work X amount of hours. It's just the department heads are required to have their offices open for X amount of hours, right?
Correct.
Right.
We set the courthouse hours.
We set the courthouse hours, but theoretically, it could just be Tammy staying an extra half an hour and the employees work the same schedule. So that's not something that the board of supervisors has control over, correct?
The department head decides what hours their employees work, but they have to be open the hours of the courthouse.
That's what I'm getting at, is that someone has to be in the office then for those hours.
Correct.
Right. So, just information purposes, yeah.
Well, I made the comment last week that We hear it from the public, I get it in phone calls, I heard it last week in budget discussion, and I'm not sure I understand what was just talked about as far as we set the courthouse hours, the department head set the hours their employees work, so theoretically, you could have them work 8 to 12 and.
Yeah. I mean, nobody's
Where
gonna
does
do
that
that
come,
unless
where
they're
does that come
part-time.
from?
Well, that's elected officials and department heads are in charge of their departments, not,
Elected officials
yeah,
have
not the
separate
board of
authority under the
supervisors,
code,
yeah.
but not every department head does.
But they can't have a full-time employee work part-time
No,
hours.
you're not gonna have a full-time
That is
employee
not-
work
That is
part-time.
not what that is meant
No.
to do.
Well, it's not, which is governing, I'm not trying to start a fight, but you can't have a full-time employee work part-time hours, or you can set the hours, which one of those
Well,
is true?
The elected official's gonna make appropriate decisions, I don't think, they're gonna hire somebody to work full-time and set their hours at part-time, I don't think any elected official's gonna do that.
Even though, I'm not making this argument personally, even though plenty of people have been through here arguing that they do work part-time hours. I mean, in that it's not an 8-hour day.
Point of everything, if we decide to change the hours of the courthouse, I don't know how that would work theoretically with the employees and if we want a 40-hour work week. But if we want a 40-hour work week, there would be changes, and there would be changes in the pay because they're working an additional 5 hours. There would also be changes, I don't know how that works, we would, of course, work very good at calling the employment attorney. So we would have to do that and find out if we have to follow the Fair Labor Standards Act as far as overtime. That will directly affect our budget. We can't do that. If we change the hours, I think the point of it being is the hours could be staggered by the department head. So just take for instance, if we said we're open 8 to 5, the person who stays till 5 might not come in till 9. They're gonna work the same number of hours for the same number of pay, for the
Says
same
who?
amount of pay.
Says who?
I'm just bringing this, I didn't say this was
For
a fact,
example,
I'm
the
just
county
saying an
attorney's
example.
office. The county attorney's office is open from 8 to 4:30. Todd has one scheduled to work 8 to 4 and the other person, I don't know, but he has them staggered. That is his decision to make as an elected official.
Where in our handbook, I mean, it's been talked about forever, but where in our handbook does it say that lunch is paid for an hour?
I don't
In
think
this
it's,
current handbook, it does not reference it, we
Yeah.
went away from hours. Page 16 talks about the courthouse work hour, I'm hoping it's 16. Excuse me, 14. Work schedules are to be determined by the needs of the respective county department / office. Generally, employees' work schedules will not change from week to week. There isn't anything that outlines hours for this. In previous handbooks, it was, every department had a different.
Donna, what
Yeah.
page you on again?
14,
Okay, thanks, I'm scrolling, so, I want to.
I don't know, where would we find our handbook?
I just did my email
Yeah, I
and
was
did
gonna say.
search
Oh,
handbook and
oh,
it came
okay,
up.
okay.
But it defines regular full-time employees who are regularly stay at
28-25 is an email from
hours.
Okay.
I'm just gonna say one last thing, that's why I said this last week, I said this is opening up a topic that's really difficult because there does need to be research in it because it will directly affect the budget if the hours of work are changed.
Mhm.
And, has anybody done any figuring with that?
I haven't, yeah.
Yeah, exactly, and so right now, it's not something, to me, I feel like we couldn't make a decision today even if we wanted to, because you have no idea how that's going to affect the budget and the logistics of everything.
Well, and I guess our certain employees are paid hourly and certain employees are paid salary. Does that
right, or,
Most of the employees that are worked hourly have different hours than some of the other courthouse staff,
okay,
so.
okay. But it is confusing, I mean, you're right, Howard, I mean, I get asked about it too, but,
We all do.
we all do. You brought up the attorney's office is open 8 to 4:30, engineer's office is open 7:30 to 4, correct? Correct, and the other offices are open 8 to 4,
Mhm.
so. There is a difference in different offices. Why, I don't know how long it's been that way, but.
And I think that, you know, it's important to remember that I think the main topic of bringing up the hours in that budget discussion was because they felt that the pay scale was unfair, and that was one aspect of that. I don't think that we can just add it to the agenda and expect a department head to bring it up again during budget discussion. They can bring it up as much as they want, no different than the public can bring it up as much as they want.
And I think that's a very fair discussion to have though, is if I'm working 40 hours or 38 hours and compensated
Yeah.
similarly to somebody working 35 or 36,
Yeah,
I understand
Yeah.
that, yeah,
It's
absolutely.
definitely a fair topic.
Yeah.
But I think that's the part that we need to address, not just say, okay, let's just change everybody. You know, I think we need to address the different situations and make that whole and fair. And then you might find when you're being fair that it's not a topic all the time.
So the comment was made, Tammy, that the people who work different hours tend to be the hourly people and the other people.
Some of them, yeah. So like custodians, they're hourly, but their hours are different, they work 10-hour shifts. And so their hours are completely different than the courthouse hours.
Right, okay. And Doug has told us that the engineer's office is hourly and they work 7:30 to 4 and take a half-hour lunch, so they work 40 hours. So who's hourly and doesn't work 40 hours that isn't part-time?
I don't know. Say that again?
Who is hourly, who is paid hourly that doesn't work 40 hours?
I don't know that there is anybody.
So the point is,
Technically, aren't the staff in the offices, they're paid an hourly wage, but they get a salary? I mean, I think that's.
They're salary, they're not
No, they're
hourly.
salary?
They're salary,
so
they're
it's
not
not
hourly.
gonna change the
Well-
budget one bit if they go from,
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You can't pay somebody, you cannot pay somebody the same amount for working 35 than you do for 40. This topic has been discussed numerous times, many, many years, and you're gonna get that same answer.
Mhm.
You can't say, okay, we're gonna have 5 hours of work to your week, but you get the same pay. You can't do that. Good luck with it.
okay?
Mhm.
So on their time cards that are turned into payroll, does it show 35 or 40 hours?
It shows the hours that they have, it shows 8 hours a day.
So if it shows 8 hours a day, they're technically paid for lunch.
Correct.
That's a policy decision we have as a board.
That's a decision that was made long before any of us were here.
Doesn't matter when it was made, a paid lunch is a policy decision.
Well, I'm not on a mission to change anything, that's not my goal. My goal is to quit hearing about it all the time.
And what part of fair is there when you have someone working 35 hours and getting paid for an hour lunch and the next person's getting a half-hour unpaid lunch? Is that fair?
You know what?
Which
Don't
part
take-
of where they chose their job?
Yeah, don't take my word.
I don't
for
get
it.
paid for my lunch and I'm not up here bitching about it. I chose to be in custodial, I get a day off. Is that fair to the ladies? So you're gonna change that next? All our jobs are different. There's nobody that does the same job.
And the topic of fair, the word that I used, fair, was because there is a department where the wages have been dropped down over the years, and they do work more hours, so is that fair? No, in my mind it isn't. That's where you guys get to decide what's fair in your mind. I'm saying fair in my mind.
I'm done.
Yep, I'm done too. And I don't wanna argue about it all day. More stuff to do.
Okay. Josh and Kyle good with moving on? Okay. Okay, we will move on to our next agenda item then. Next up, we have discussion decision, approve opioid settlement fund request. Who is supposed to?
This,
speak to this?
yeah, I think I'm being the spokesman.
You're the spokesman, okay.
That stuff is in our packet.
Yeah, so, yeah, I put this
I
stuff
just
in your
didn't know if
packet.
anybody was coming.
I am on the committee, so
Oh, okay,
I'm
that's
sure
right,
they
that's
probably
right.
thought it would
That's
be
right,
me,
yeah.
and they wouldn't have to come. So this was submitted by Bo Miller, it's for attending INOA conference, dealing with drugs and opioid settlement. Our committee, did by majority approve it, so the next step is for you guys to decide, if you would like to approve it or not. I can't remember the dates, it probably says that on here. March 17th through 19th in Des Moines.
Okay.
It's a 3-day, training conference. And it will be attended by the sheriff's office, county attorney's office, and the police department.
I make a motion that we approve the, opioid settlement fund request.
Okay, motion by Garmin. Need a second to that?
Second.
Second by Stecker. Any discussion on the settlement request, or fund request?
Just quickly, is it, so that fund is, that settlement money's earning interest, do we even come close to spending the interest ever?
Well, this is the first
We, I
year,
say we.
this is the first year we've even approved any
Yeah.
funds to be spent, so.
No data yet.
Yeah, so, yeah, like I said, the only items we've ever approved is this one and I think there was 3 that we approved
Yeah.
previously,
So
that's all
we're
we've
just
spent.
getting started.
Yeah,
I don't know what the value of interest is.
Yeah, I don't.
What's the balance of the, I mean, close,
Couple hundred thousand?
yeah,
200
yeah,
something?
mhm.
so it's not gonna, but
I
you
mean,
get,
And we're
It'll be
still
some.
getting more every year, so,
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
Those payments will go for
oh wow.
a while.
Yeah.
10 plus years. 15
I'm not sure, but for a while, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, if no further discussion, all in favor of approving the fund request, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. Alright. Drainage,
I don't see
yeah.
that.
Okay. Should we? I don't wanna start something else and then have him walk through the door. Let me give him a call quick.
Okay.
Oh, I got it.
Oh, you're calling,
Yep,
okay.
I was gonna
Oh,
say
okay,
that.
yep.
Hey, we are up to drainage, are you ready or on your way? Okay, sounds good, see you in a bit.
Want us to start signing some of this?
Sure. He's at the office, he's gonna load up and come this way.
Okay,
Was it construction within the right of way, and we do that?
just do Doug's discussion
Yeah.
quick, yeah. Heather start today?
Yesterday.
Yesterday.
Hi Doug, it's Howard. Do you wanna come up for construction right away and discussion? Alright, thank you.
She's excited to learn.
Good. Still a lot to learn.
We went
Good
out-
morning.
Good morning.
Good
We
morning.
just did
We're
the
done.
opioid one.
Yeah, we approved it.
Okay,
Hey, maybe we can ask him that
It's been a
question.
morning already, have a full day and it's,
Oh.
Thank you.
Todd,
Yeah.
We had a question, been getting emails about the IPIB complaint.
Yeah,
Is that something the board needs to respond, or you need to respond, or who's supposed to be doing that?
he responded. I think it's so confusing that, we gave them everything that we have.
Okay,
I don't know what more that they want. I was gonna put a response together here by the end of the week, just to let them know that we're basically,
Todd and Ty Pitt.
we've done everything that we have, or we gave them everything that we have, or at least that they were, not even that they requested, but that everything we have on the issue, there's nothing more to give, so.
okay,
And then, so, I mean, it came down, my understanding is it came down to that spreadsheet, and that's been given, so I don't,
It's been given.
yeah. So, it was in response to that IPIB.
I wasn't aware of that, I guess.
Kyle, I mean, that was something that was attached to that email. And then his response.
okay.
Which was the last thing I knew that they wanted. So I'll take a look at it again and put something together.
Thank you,
Thanks, Todd.
Yep.
Good morning, Doug.
Good morning, everyone.
I don't see any construction in the right of way.
There are no requests
Okay.
for construction right away today.
Okay, we can go into discussion then.
Yes, the road conditions right now, we're in a period where thawing temperatures have a tendency to thaw a portion of the gravel roads, and at night we have freezing temperatures, which is good, but I hope that everybody that uses the road, if they have heavy loads, will take them right away in the morning, not wait till last thing in the afternoon. So the more people cooperate and use good judgment that way, the better off the roads will be. We are out maintaining different roadway sections. The north end of the county did not thaw like the south end of the county yesterday. But we are kind of watching everything, making sure our operators know what's going on. Sway City position, we're gonna be interviewing this week, and hopefully can make a decision and get a person hired for that. Parking lot, the north parking lot, my understanding, the board would like the road department to assist with the construction of that parking lot. I have indicated that the road department will, but still our priority is gonna be roads, and we'll see how everything goes. To what extent, does the board have expectations as far as what the road department will and will not do? I mean, do you want good design, good drainage?
Can I make a quick question, or
Sure.
quick comment? Sorry, I met with, what's his name at the city? Just forgot his
Jacob?
name. No,
Rick?
no, DeVere, thank you. Last week, and, cause he had had a conversation with Will, and so I met with DeVere last week, and we went over requirements and what the city needs, as far as drainage, elevation, some of those kind of things, so I am gonna come down and talk to you about what we talked about also,
Okay.
if that's okay. Just,
Sure.
with everything going on, I haven't made it that far,
No,
but,
that's fine.
I do have information from DeVere at what needs to happen too, so,
Okay.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt,
No,
I just wanted
no, that's good.
to let him know that, so.
Well, I guess that's what kind of, do you want the engineer's office to be out staking to make sure grades are correct? Or what expectations, or is there any limitations that the board has for the road department? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
We do have some road buildings that are gonna need roofs. Seneca, we have a Quonset at Seneca that has asphalt shingles on it that are very poor condition. I'm going to be getting some requests for quotes to place steel on that, remove the old, put steel on. Our sign shop here in Algona, again, we have asphalt shingles on that, and like to remove those and place steel on that, and get requests for quotes again. And then the garage, kitty corner of the courthouse, there's some problems with that roof, and we would put asphalt shingles on that. So I will be getting some requests for quotes on those. I was just gonna handle that in my office. We continue to work on budgets. That's kind of our nighttime sign inventory. All the field work is completed. So we are just doing the office work now. And we have started some discussions to prepare for the 2-week pay period. Looking at some different databases and possible use of electronic devices for the foreman to check people in and have a little bit more of a live status of who is working and where they're working than what we have right now, but we are discussing a few different things that way. Gonna spend a lot of time this week working on the Kossuth Waste Management Association annual meeting. That's next Tuesday, a week from today at 7:00 p.m. And that kind of is everything that the engineer's office and myself are working on.
Any update on the cameras by the junkyard, is that still?
IT is doing some work to configure those. So I was talking again last week, and Scott and Derek are working on that.
Very good.
Thanks.
Yep, thanks Doug.
You're welcome.
Morning, Doug.
Good morning, Tyler.
Good morning,
morning.
Tyler.
Are these final?
Yep, and you'll, coming your way as soon as this is over.
No problem.
Okay, we are up to you next.
Up to me, okay,
Yeah,
perfect.
Yeah,
These handed out here.
DD4 Lat 11 tile
Yes.
improvement and set date and time for bid opening.
I've got the spec books here for a few, yeah, just wanna, here, if you take one yourself and hand one there.
Yes.
Thank you.
Apologize, I've got them kinda a little out of order over here. So that, the spec book for those, and then the plans to accompany. And I apologize, be a little careful, the staples didn't make it all the way through on some of those, so they're a little, catch a little bit.
Thank you.
There's that. So this is plans and specifications for the DD4 lateral 11 tile improvement project. This was a project that there was a hearing later last year for the improvement to the half-inch drainage coefficient for lateral 11 up to the ground owned by the Union Slough north of Bancroft along parallels US 169. This would be built then in conjunction with or alongside the Ducks Unlimited wetland project going on in that federal ground. There was also a desire then to extend the improved capacity through Highway 169 at this time, so that any improvement in the future wouldn't have to do that crossing of the state highway. So we have worked both with the secondary roads for the 2 crossings involved in here, as well as with the DOT for
they're having everything the way that they require for that crossing of 169. Gotten everyone's responses back and worked them into these plans. For a bit more context, this is a tile improvement to the half-inch drainage coefficient of approximately 10,000 linear feet of tile, a bit more of that. For the alternates for tile, the portions on the private ground, we have an alternate for reinforced concrete pipe as well as for dual wall black plastic. We'll see how those bids compare to one another and be able to make a decision on what's best to go with the price versus material conditions. The specs are very clear that a choice can be made with price being one of the considerations, whereas the material type is another. 2 county road crossings, 130th Avenue and 400th Street, those being bid as reinforced concrete pipe, as is the secondary roads desires, and then a steel boring across US 169. In this, I have the summary of specs, tentatively set the bid opening for Tuesday, March 3rd at 10 a.m. If that is possible with the consideration, then a week from that Tuesday, March 10th. While Tammy looks at the availability on that, the estimate for the alternates, just as the same for both materials, I don't anticipate that actually coming to pass, but the estimate being $2,260,000. The report had it at right around 2.4, so there was a little savings of what the report had in there for the final. The road crossings being $20,500 and $28,750, and then the state highway being estimated at $169,000. Didn't do that on purpose because it was US 160. I'm just now noticing the number there, but those road crossings, of course, being the responsibility of the entities holding that those right-of-ways. Bid security will be required at 5%. The districts are sales tax exempt. Completion date on this we've set as December 15th of this year. Should be plenty of time. That limits the damage to just the one year's worth of crop damages. Liquidated damages of $500 a day for every day after that. I do have down for sending landowner notice once we have a contractor. I'd like to make it a standard practice of sending the letters to the landowners that will be impacted, letting them know the contact information for the contractor, letting them know their potential schedules, as well as then staying in contact. There've been some confusions on project past when the contractor had completed their work. So that I see that initial landowner notice as the first of many touch points with those landowners. So the questions I have, warrants will be used obviously on this project, correct?
Correct.
Yes. Anticipated number of installment payments. On something like this, I would recommend the 20-year installments, and then the interest rate, I believe, is at 5%, but got that as a
Need motions for all those.
yes, that would be needed in the motions, as well as unless there's any questions, accepting the plans and specs, and then we'll need to set that bid opening.
those
Yep.
dates
Yeah,
work.
those dates work, okay,
Yes, it
perfect.
was March 3rd.
March 3rd and then March 10th.
That gives.
And with that, we need to send notice to the, district with our policy updates when we're going to bid letting. We need to send notice as well.
March 3rd is the bid opening.
Yes.
Furthering my education, liquidated damages, that's just delays, or?
That is damages caused by delays for every day past, that,
You ever collect on those?
we have, not necessarily in the form of liquidated damages, but, we have used rather the threat of the liquidated damages to collect on other portions of the project. What I've always been advised is that liquidated damages are a good thing to have in the contracts, but it's easier to collect if you can prove damage, an actual damage, a monetary amount of damage, and a lot of that is rolled into people being unable to get back out into the fields in the spring. Hopefully the completion date on that is far enough away from there, but those liquidated damages are always something that can be
So is
pursued.
there force majeure things in these, in addition to that? I mean, that relieves them of, I mean, it was a terrible wet year and we,
There, for any changes to that completion date, would require coming to the board in a request for that.
We've done change orders.
We have done change orders for time extensions on things, but my recommendation is always, have a very good justification for why you're doing it, and come to the board early if you know that December 15th isn't going to be, obtainable.
so now I guess where I was probably headed all along, is this $500 been something that's been there a long time? They've got a standard, and in this day and age of $2.25 million contract, is 500 meaningful enough?
And there have been conversations up here before about setting that higher. We can, based on opinions, that can go, it has been something that's been a customary amount, something that has been in there for a while. To your point, perhaps it isn't a strong enough incentive, and maybe more is due.
Didn't we do one recently in the last couple of years that we set it at 1,000? I was thinking we had, it's either there 1,000 or 1,500.
We talked about it, but I think we stopped at 500 at that point, for that project, but we definitely talked about going higher, and that was another $2 to $3 million project. But, yeah, I guess.
If you're not gonna collect, it doesn't, I mean, you know, if collecting is,
Like Tyler said, a lot of it really depends on the situation. If you have something that you expect to finish in December or before winter hits and it rolls over to the spring, you can feasibly have a little bit of time in the spring to do some final cleanup before farming would really start. So sometimes there's a little bit of flexibility there, but if it starts affecting crops that were planted or were going to be planted, that's the place where you would really have justification for financial impact. And we haven't had to go down the route of proving that yet, so, yeah, I mean, I think 500's a decent start. I wouldn't be opposed to 1,000, at all. I think the size of the project justifies it probably, but 500's kind of the baseline we've had.
is somebody gonna bid it? You know, so one guy bids it, and he's,
A little higher.
and he's 10,000 higher, and he's gonna start in the spring, he's gonna make sure he gets it done, and the guy that wins it starts on August 10th, cause I can get it done in the next 3 months.
I really don't see a late start
That's not what's gonna happen.
being on anybody's mind.
Okay.
I think this is something that would get rolling pretty fast. That's of course speculation, but,
I guess if it hasn't been a factor and it doesn't, till it becomes one, you don't worry about it, I guess.
And like Tyler said, I mean, we've definitely had it as part of conversations that affected other aspects of.
the bigger thing that we've had or collected on is, inabilities for, landowners to plant. That's been a thing that we've held damages on, and that was something that was, in my opinion, more punitive than what the liquidated damages were. And it was something that you could point directly to and say.
And it's different than that.
Right,
As all
yes.
5 of us toured,
Right, yeah.
It's all 5 of us.
that's the one of the projects he's referring to, is the
Well-
one north of Sway City that we all went and looked at.
Toured.
And that is something that, and you can collect then that exact amount as opposed to trying to apportion those damages off of the liquidated damages that you're pulling. So that's,
And that was pulled from the retainage.
right. Because there is always the 10% that's held on top of the project, so.
Enough of that.
Any other questions?
Don't?
Okay, I'd make a motion to approve the final plans and specs and, set the time and date for bid opening as was discussed
March 3rd?
previously, yep.
Yep.
Do you need to do the waiver? Is that just part of it, or do
Separate
you need
motion.
to?
Separate motion
Separate
probably for that.
motion, okay.
Yeah.
Yep, those will be next.
Did we have a time set for
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock?
McLaughlin, March 3rd.
Is that
I do anticipate quite a bit of interest in this.
Yeah.
I've been contacted by contractors already wondering about.
Interest from the contractor.
Yes, no, right, yeah, no, sorry. I do anticipate a number of bids on this. There'll be guys looking for something to do, and this is a great, good distance of pipe, large size.
Yeah. You looking for a second?
Yep, we'll need a second.
I'll second.
Okay, second by Wactor to Kyle's motion. Any discussion on accepting the plans and specs and setting that date and time?
Go ahead.
Well, go ahead, you discussion or you,
Yeah,
go ahead.
so for the notices that we're gonna send out, are we gonna do them internally or do we want Bolton and Mink to send them out?
We can talk about that.
Okay.
Okay, I just wanna make sure they get sent out, cause that's been important.
We can either provide one, or if with those notices have been, again, this is something that's above and beyond. So I think it's something that we could take care of, it wouldn't have to come directly from you, so if you're, yeah, we'll discuss.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
But we have availability to do that if
you.
desired.
And you have to publish too.
No.
No, this is an internal policy decision to send notices for the bids.
Yeah, informational thing.
Yep, extra information.
The notice to bidders is published, that's, once a week for 2 consecutive weeks, in the paper, but those notices to landowners aren't, no.
But they'll know.
Yes.
Hopefully.
There's also a number of landowners that are very interested in seeing this, that have been asking me about it, so they will, yes,
The word will
people will know.
Those are the positive ones. Is there any negativity out there?
I mean,
Oh.
things cost money, so there's, besides that, no, there's not anybody, no one has approached me saying that it doesn't need to be done. That's pretty well the unifying factor, is that it's an underserved area, it's wet, it needs something.
Done with discussion? Then, all in favor of approving the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Then we'll need a motion for,
The three.
Waivers.
Yeah, you had waivers and interest rate and.
installments, well, the warrants.
Yeah, there's
It's
the,
numbers.
yeah, warrants being used, the
Warrants
number of
being used.
installments and the percentage.
Is this 3 different motions, or one?
I think you can do it in
one.
in
One
one.
should be fine, so yeah, I'd say, yeah, warrants being used, 20 years
20
for
year.
payment schedule and 5% interest, and I'd make that in motion.
Okay. Motion by Stecker,
I can second.
second by Haas, discussion. Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. Okay. Thanks,
All right,
Tyler.
yep. Certainly welcome. Tammy will be in touch about the
Sounds
notices
good.
on that.
Okay, sounds good, thank you, Tyler.
Have a good one. Thanks all.
You too. Okay, we'll do auditor and board discussion, and then we'll take a break and come back and work on budget.
Okay, so, don't forget Thursday department head meeting at 9 o'clock here.
I will not be here.
You won't be here,
Nope.
uh,
No one can matter, we just wanted to tell you.
thank you.
But yes,
Thank you. Next week, we have a copy machine replacement discussion with Derek and the payment in lieu of taxes for North Iowa Regional Housing Maplewood Apartments approval. And so far, that's all for Tuesday. Monday, the 16th, you have a 5 o'clock PM planning and zoning meeting, on the solar ordinance to discuss. I know there's been a lot of discussion back and forth and whether that should be held or not. My thought is, and I did relay this, to planning and zoning, that because of the March 31st deadline for the moratorium, if you hold off and then the law doesn't change, then you're kind of back in the same spot we were
Yeah,
before,
I
so,
agree.
so, whether,
And Brian made the comment that as it stands, we have to wait for an ordinance for anybody to do anything anyway, which isn't accurate, they can still go get a permit, so that's why we're trying to get
Yeah.
it done.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
true. So that's what we have going on next week. We do have a thank you that we received, from Tales of Hope for you guys to look at. I did send an email and put a notice on your desk. Farm Bureau is having their supper on March 3rd. I think it's March 3rd. Let me double check that.
March 3rd at 6 PM.
At 6 PM. If you let me know if you're going or not, I will send one RSVP to them so they know who's attending and who isn't. That has to be done by the 24th, so.
I'm sorry,
we can-
so to where? I was.
Farm Bureau,
Oh,
sorry, Farm Bureau
Just
supper.
remind us, like,
Yeah.
when it gets closer,
I
and
will.
we'll give you that time.
Okay, I will do
6
that.
o'clock,
Yes.
yeah, that's something I was gonna say, visit with Brandon, assessor's office, we're gonna shoot for March, 3rd. So the same day as the dinner?
Yeah.
Yeah, March 3rd at 5 o'clock would be the assessor's, budget meeting, so.
Okay.
Should hold it within an hour.
I don't know, that's when the meeting gets set for,
Will he let me know that so I can put it on my calendar, or are you letting me know that to put it on the calendar?
well, I'm letting you know, cause he just
Okay.
emailed me yesterday and
Yeah, he needs to let me know.
Need to let you know.
I will make a note of that because, yeah.
he let me know that yesterday.
Okay,
It's on your radar now anyway.
it's on my radar, okay. And then, on the 24th, you have the meeting with Minnesota, Faribault County, Minnesota on DD one, Kossuth County DD 129. It's at 1:30 in Blue Earth. Notices were sent out last week. Marissa did send me a copy of the notices, so we sent them to all our landowners last week. It's the 24th at 1:30 in Blue Earth. It is on the
February.
calendar, yeah, on the Board of Supervisors calendar too. You look at that.
Electronic option for that, or?
Oh, what?
You'd have,
Electronic option, or do we need?
there is an electronic option, I believe, in the letter that she sent out, so I will forward that to you guys too. Check that now. So that if you choose, you can do it that way.
Some of us actually go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll be there in person, for sure.
I think her name is
Right up
Marissa.
along there, southern border.
I remember that discussion, yeah.
Yeah, I can find it. Work a little bit up there that day. afternoon.
Yeah.
Either way, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
We
and
can
it's-
ride together even.
So it's not something we are officially hosting or legally have to be there for, it'll be entirely their decision, but since
Yeah.
it's kind of joint district and joint projects, they're
Good to have somebody.
keeping us in the loop for their side of things, and I think that's important, we've had good.
We will have landowners that it affects that will probably be there, so you may be getting
Yep.
questions from them, so. I did just send the email from them that has the notice that was sent out, that has the information about online meetings if you wish. Absentee voting for the special election starts Wednesday, so we will be busy with that. The 16th is President's Day, the courthouse will be closed, except for our office. Our office is required
Lucky
to
you.
be open until 5 o'clock that day, so the rest of the courthouse will be closed, the auditor's office will be open that day. I think that's all I have.
So just don't know, if somebody ignorant to that, so can the assessor thing be moved up, from 5 o'clock on March 3rd, like 4:30, or is that the whole conference board, or?
That would be the whole conference board. I can check with Brandon, he hasn't sent out the date and time to everybody yet, he just confirmed with me yesterday, so.
And even then, there's no guarantee you'll be done by 6 o'clock, so.
No, and it sounds like he is going to have another county assessor come to the meeting and explain why he is requesting more in his budget than he needs due to legislative changes potentially, and has invited another county assessor to come and back him up on that or explain to the board the reasoning behind things.
Okay.
That's what I understand. So yeah, I could maybe anticipate that going more than an hour.
So how do we reconcile the two?
I didn't know about the Farm Bureau thing till right now, so I guess I can visit with Brandon and see if he's already lined everything up with.
You know, if somebody's
The
coming from a
people-
different county, you
yeah.
probably can't come early.
Right.
Yeah,
In the conference board, I think just because of people's jobs and stuff, that's why they always
You
have
can't,
that time.
well, then that's why, and even 5 o'clock is tight for some of those people,
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, I know we've done a noon thing before, but it's hard to get a quorum.
I wanna say typically we've been, the first thing the Farm Bureau meeting is dealt with, I wonder if they could do some of
Their other
their
business.
own business and meeting first and.
I'll ask Brandon when we're on break and see how much time he thinks it's gonna take and what we can work out.
thanks.
Yep,
Sounds good.
okay. Josh, any board reports?
No, there's an E911 meeting tonight, but I will be out this afternoon and evening, so Amber's gonna go to that.
Okay.
that's it.
Simple
2 for
enough?
1.
Super one.
Yeah.
Alright, Kyle?
I don't think I had anything, Tammy already talked about the DD 129 meeting, so I was gonna
Okay.
mention that, but.
DD 129.
129.
It's
Yeah.
Kossuth County's.
Kossuth County
Oh,
says DD
right, yeah,
129, it's
yeah.
CD 41
Yeah.
from Minnesota.
Yeah, I had nothing.
Nothing? I had no meetings either, just an update, I did reach out to Visit Sewer's Wisconsin office and trying to get a hold of somebody, I did get a hold of somebody there. Well, it's good, I talked to the receptionist lady or whatever, she said, yeah, the Iowa office is pretty small, and I'm not sure why nobody's getting back to you, so let me forward you to another contact here. So I contacted him last Wednesday and left a message, and I didn't hear back, and I tried calling again yesterday morning, and I still have not heard back.
Oh my goodness.
So that's where that stands now.
Try Wisconsin again.
So good, but not good.
Yeah, well, I tried calling the office number yesterday too, and nobody answered, so I don't know why anybody's avoiding my call, or I'm not
Where is
asking
their
anything
office at?
major.
Where in Iowa? Is there?
Mason City. But I don't know that they have a receptionist there anymore, it just goes to the foreman's number that did work, so I don't know.
Might be worth a drive to Mason.
Well, that's what I was thinking, maybe I could run over to Mason City, but then, is anybody gonna be there, I don't know.
No
So,
idea.
so that's where that stands now.
Yeah, in a perfect world would, I mean, I don't, but I mean, in a perfect world, I'd call the person back in Wisconsin, and said, who's in charge of the Iowa office? Who's above the Iowa office, they give me their number.
Well, that's their main big office is in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
You have a bill for us, or either?
Right, and they
I mean,
should know, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, someone in management there should,
Which is why I called back yesterday, but then I didn't hear back from their office, so.
that was the Wisconsin or Iowa?
Wisconsin office.
Even if there wasn't a bill up to this point, you don't wanna go with the alternative because it's a lot more expensive, is that correct, or?
Well, this was just for,
Clean.
this was not for lining the pipe, this was just for clean out, cut all the roots out, televise it so that we could get bids for the project,
Okay.
yeah. And I talked to Dan Albert, cause council was wondering what's going on, and they understand where we're at, and that it's fine, but, no, it's not fine, they need to get back to me, but
Is there anybody else?
that could do it. Oh yeah, we could hire somebody else to do it, I
Yeah, we just don't
I
know.
just wanna know if it didn't get done.
Yeah,
So, anyway, update there. See what the day brings.
Okay.
Let's take a break and we'll come back and start with budget workshops. If that works?
Yep.
Okay.
when is that meeting, Laura? What date?
Yeah, I'll be gone this afternoon and leave promptly at 12.
February 24th.
Not allowed, Josh.
I got it written down.
No, that's fine.
Yeah, change, but it's,
Oh,
yeah.
don't ask.
So we would need to leave
How's it
from here, right, so an hour, close to an hour to go.
That's a Tuesday. I still hope to be gone sometime, at least one Tuesday. Probably looking like it's gonna be, not because of this, it's looking in general like it's gonna be March, not February.
Yeah. It's right around an hour, to get there.
Maybe the courthouse, is that what they have, or?
It says
Doesn't matter,
Ag Conference Learning Center or something. Ag Conference Center room. Not 100% sure, I don't know if I've been to that one or not. I haven't plugged it in actual GPS to get there.
I suppose I just will go for a walk or something else. How do you, and we're still on, I realize, how do you choose between these architectural firms?
I think we're supposed to make a choice, based on qualifications and references and all that, and I don't know. I know
Looks like you've worked with,
at least a couple of them have very noticeable relations in the community and even some.
who was the one who lived in Algona for Berlin and Crab?
I think it was the other guy that was sitting here, I don't remember his name.
His name is,
It's probably in the packet somewhere.
it is, his picture is to Doug Forshow, Forshoe.
Yeah,
No, not him,
Sorry, his name?
Kevin, I think.
He's in
Kevin.
Westlake. They said
Oh.
one of them lived in Algona.
well, I don't know if it was either them that, or were here, but
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure Andy Meyer either is or was from,
He's from Livermore.
yeah, from your area.
Lives outside, west of Clear Lake now, just west of Clear Lake.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure who would be specifically in.
Not that, it doesn't matter, it just. Lump sum fee, 7% of construction costs.
Well, and I don't know what to think about some of that because we got numbers from the other two for the first part, but nobody said anything about the end, and a percentage fee, I would say incentivizes a bigger project. I don't know if they all do percentages on the end or not, but I think hourly gives you more of a disinterested taste
Gives you more of a disinterested take.
on the cost, like if you have a
Yeah,
$3 million project versus a $10 million project and you're paid a percentage, your fees are gonna be significantly different, but you might have spent almost the same time designing it.
wow. That field house was a $13 million project.
as a taxpayer, I would have hoped you'd have known that before now.
I knew it was up there, I just didn't.
They sold bonds,
Yep.
and it's gonna be paid back over the 13 years with local option sales tax. Never mind that, again, I shouldn't say this on camera, never mind that 20 years, it's gonna be paid back over 20 years with local option sales tax, but never mind that there's bound to be more projects in the next 20 years. But that one's gonna be paid for with local option sales tax.
Yeah, no, I heard that one was pretty high, but when you see them.
Numbers?
Well,
Yeah, when you actually see the paper.
Even the gateway was 3.5 million.
Yeah.
I know that, I heard the Grace Church stuff, they recently went to bids on.
Yep.
Are they expanding, is that what they're going up?
Yeah,
So
we're
potential, yeah.
putting in a new sanctuary, it's gonna be built to kind of the northeast portion of the building there. So then the current sanctuary would kind of be opened up into,
I didn't know they had done Jack with the office and showed.
I didn't know that either, yeah,
That's
that place is, that's,
been- And of course, cost confidential, yeah, that's a private deal.
I asked them. You know, they only early added on, which one has that, a turret?
Yeah.
I asked Jack Junior, who 2 years older than me, and I said, that's nice, I said, and I don't remember, at the time I threw out a number, and, I don't remember what the number was, so I told him, I said, that cover it? Yeah, but not by as far as you think.
Yeah.
They actually added on that little what sticks out from the main building isn't that much, I mean, the whole office is bigger than that, but it just. Things are expensive.
Yeah.
They're not getting cheaper.
That's what I have to keep reminding myself the last 3 days as I tear out all the lath and plaster of our farmhouse, and I'm doing this cause this is saving money, I'm doing this cause this is saving money.
How are you, dealing with the lath and plaster?
Me?
Yeah, how are you doing it?
I'm just using crowbars and hammers and,
I had a buddy of mine take a broken, chisel plow tip, cause it hooks around.
Yep.
And it's got and welded that onto a handle, nice long bar, and you could come down from the top, hook into it and just start yanking it out, and that actually.
all the lath.
Yeah.
I have that very same type of a thing.
Do you?
Yeah, that's probably what it is an old chisel plow.
Yep.
And it's just got a long metal pole with a handle and.
Yep.
Yeah. But you can do that with a long crowbar too, just stick it down and rip it out a little bit at a time too.
Yep.
Yeah. But, the worst part is all the fiberglass insulation that they blew in.
Oh, yeah.
They blew in,
Yeah,
and
that's
even on the inside walls, they blew in between, like, rooms and stuff. Oh,
Yeah.
what a mess. What a mess. And then you're tearing out the ceiling and it's all.
This is good stress reliever though.
Oh yeah, if you got some unresolved anger issues, I mean, that's the right, it's the right project for you. I don't though, so
You
it's.
take, you taking volunteers?
I'm taking volunteers.
Might come down and.
If you're needing something, Josh, I'm your guy. I'm your guy. Come work as many hours as you want.
I've joked about, taking some of our old computer equipment, printers and things like that, and opening up a smash room or something like that, and people baseball bats and clubs and
Yeah.
hammers, sledgehammers, axes, and just set up the room with.
Different idea of a break
Say,
room.
Yeah, yep, go to town,
Okay.
$20 a person.
Entrepreneur over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright. We're all back and. Amber said earlier, you got too many papers sitting around.
I know.
No, I'm not good.
Oh, no, you help yourself.
My box, I used last week.
If we're gonna start with urban renewal and TIF funding, do we want to call that up?
Yeah, I know.
Oh, yeah, we certainly can, yeah. Yeah, do you wanna call Doug up, Howard, please?
Real bad, so call him every 10 minutes.
I can call him if you want.
Urban renewal,
Urban renewal.
which is what?
TIF.
TIF.
Okay, thank you. Probably not gonna answer. Hi Doug, Howard, so, TIF discussion? Okay, thank you.
Okay. Did you have any comments from last week as far as what the board needed to finalize today, or?
Well, you need to decide how much you wanna borrow,
Mm-hmm.
definitely for sure.
Right,
Because we talked about it last week, but never
Right.
made a concrete decision.
right,
And how you wanna finance it. And then you need to determine, how much this next year is gonna go to Doug for bridge replacement, so that
Mhm.
that can be put in the budget.
mm-hmm. Okay.
Do we have any
Well-
updated numbers for fund balances, so we know if we have availability to do an internal loan from rural again?
I can send it to you. Or tell you. But remember, I mean, there's still some things that aren't in there yet, so it's not gonna be,
Is there anything in particular we wouldn't have in there?
well, like the road and bridges, that's not in there, the capital projects for roads and bridges.
Coming from the TIF,
Mhm.
but yeah, that would be separate from the rural basic fund.
Well, the transfers are made from, if you do transfers, they're made from rural basic.
They're not in there yet as an expense.
Right.
But even the current transfers that we have in the budget?
Those are in there, yeah.
Okay, so anything we did additional from the TIF would be separate from that,
For this year?
yeah,
For the year we're working on.
FY 27.
Okay,
The budget we're talking about.
yeah. There's some large expenses that would need to come out of there yet?
No,
No, because
No.
it gives you the estimated fund
Yeah.
balance, taking the worst case scenario.
Oh,
but,
okay,
I think she's talking about the transfers, whether or not they're in that line item yet or not.
okay.
Let's,
Last week when we left off, the board had a verbal conclusion that we were looking at 4.7 million, if my numbers are correct there, everyone agrees with that. With the 200,000 we already had obligated left towards the grandstand project, an additional 500,000, and then with the other 4 million going towards infrastructure projects for roads and bridges. That's what I walked away with understanding last week. And I guess, like Tammy said, we just need to decide, is that a decision we wanna make for that amount and for those reasons, or we've had a week to mull things over, is any changes to those thoughts?
estimated fund balance in rural basic is estimated to be at 2.5 million at the end of 27.
Okay,
Right now,
right now,
estimated,
end of 27, okay,
what's our estimated for end of 26?
2.1.
okay.
And a lot of that would probably be because of the TIF money that came in that paid back that internal loan, I'm guessing.
I'm just looking at
No,
the fund,
Some of it should have been, cause we would have had 500-some thousand that would have gone in there from paying back TIF.
that's kept separate though,
yeah,
that's kept separate, that's not taken into consideration in that fund balance, the tip money.
But when we paid back our internal loan, paying back
Oh,
the
I'm
loan
sorry,
would have gone in
I'm
there,
sorry,
right?
yes, that probably would have gone back in there, yes.
So that would have,
Yes.
but
That
not
would-
all
I
of it,
misunderstood.
not all of it yet, because we haven't gotten taxes yet
Sure.
this spring,
Yeah.
so we only have the first half.
yeah, but didn't
But
we
we
receive,
probably budgeted for, did we
We
budget?
budgeted for it, yes,
Okay,
but we
so
haven't
that's a-
received the second half.
Okay,
Right, so
Okay.
that's actually in there.
so it could go up. Oh, yeah, it'd be budgeted for already.
Yeah,
It was
it's
budgeted.
budgeted for, yeah.
Yep,
okay,
So I made the comment last week, we were, the 4.7, I don't have a problem with that, but I asked and I get, we're not committing the extra 500,000 yet to the fairgrounds, we just, or are we? That's my question about it.
I think the decision would be committing to what we're taking out a loan to use the TIF money for.
Yeah.
You have to identify the project you're using it for.
It can't be either or. I mean, it can't be infrastructure or, I'm
Oh,
asking.
it certainly could, I mean, I guess that's the
Well,
decision we can
it's
make.
already defined and limited by what's in the
Right.
project, or
Yep, yep,
list of projects for
Yep.
urban renewal.
I understand that.
That's, yeah, that's already got a scope around it, but.
And we don't have to give $1 to either one, or we could give it all to either one, you know, like that's,
You just don't wanna borrow the money and not use it, presumably, right?
right, right.
When, we decide on the dollar amount and when Tammy does reconciliation next year, that is when those different projects will be specified in the dollar amount. I think that it probably does need to be specified at that time, like November, to
Yeah.
say, okay, we're doing.
November of 26th.
This coming.
Yeah, to say, okay, this is going to roads, this is going to.
Yeah.
Whatever it be, so that it's for bookkeeping purposes, for tracking what we're spending that money on.
I would think you would want it specified when we go through the borrowing process.
I don't know if you have to do that, I think the reconciliation falls on our, the projects within and, on that reconciliation sheet.
Yeah.
Where you list them, I don't think you have to do it in the, and we're borrowing X amount of dollars,
Yeah, I don't think they care.
I don't think they care.
No.
But when it comes time to reconcile the TIF and say where the money's going to,
Then you have to.
then you,
Yeah.
then you really, it's up to you to do that, yes.
Two different decisions.
Two different decisions, but like the, I mean,
Mhm.
obviously you can make that decision at any time, obviously, she just won't actually implement that into that process until November.
Right, yep, no, that's good. Yep.
I would think for our decision-making process to actually go forward with issuing debt and stuff, I would think we would want to all know where it's going.
But I.
No doubt, yeah.
That's that process.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I do need to know how much is gonna go, or Doug needs to know how much is gonna go to bridges and culverts, in the budget,
So it can go in
so.
the budget.
yes.
Right, right.
So we should do it sooner than later, probably.
So if you, excuse me,
Go ahead.
if you go ahead and commit an additional 500,000 to the, I guess I'm gonna say grandstand,
Mhm.
and it doesn't happen, what happens to the money?
I guess that's something we could decide on, if having some sort of,
Well, here, or I finished your thought, I'm sorry, I interrupted.
some sort of, an agreement that if the grandstand project doesn't go through, that money has to come back to be used for other areas of Kossuth County. Is that possible?
Well, I think by November of this year, we're gonna have a good idea if it's, did they start construction or did they not? Because they're hoping to start construction this year, soon as races are over, so is that,
They're not gonna start construction until they raise, you can correct me, please, and please do, until they raise,
65%?
well, at least, yeah, and that's when they can apply for other grants, so they're at 1.3 and 65% of 3.1 is somewhere over 2 million, so they gotta raise, but we'd be a good large chunk of that if we committed another 500,000.
Mhm,
That'd get them to 1.8,
right,
but,
And the important thing to remember is, this process right now is what we're kind of, I know we're talking about everything, but the debt process, the debt is actually on the side of how we borrow the money.
It's the trigger.
So that's the debt. The debt isn't exactly the project, where the project comes into play is in the TIF process. When you're naming, okay, here's this debt, we have this much,
sure,
we're applying it to this, we're applying it to that.
Mhm.
The biggest thing is, yes, Doug does have to know, what are we thinking in terms of
roads and bridges.
roads and bridges. But, because if we do the debt of 4.7 million, we'll have revenue, obviously, from that, because it's not revenue, but we'll have to have the money, and then we'll have to show the expenditure. Will the whole 4.7 million show in capital projects? In the 31,000 fund, is that,
Not the first year, unless you plan on spending it all in 1 year, but I don't think you do.
Well, you'd have the
Whatever.
revenue from the bonds that first year, wouldn't you? Cause if you're
Yeah.
gonna go out and do bonds for 4.7, they're not gonna just give you half of that 4.7 and then give you the other half of that later.
We would receive the whole balance that we borrow when we go through the process, but then I think it depends on. The answer to that question depends on what projects we build and what we pay for right away, because like if we give the money, whatever that dollar figure is to the fairgrounds right away, it would be an expense from the county's perspective, so it'd be a transaction going out. Then on the secondary road side of things, it depends on what bills we actually pay in that time period.
Well, what projects
So,
have
yeah,
been completed?
you'd wanna budget for the max potentially, but, the actuals would be whatever's actually completed, yeah.
Well, I don't wanna insult anybody's intelligence, but if you're gonna start paying $200,000 a year in interest or two, at 5% or whatever, you wanna spend the money.
Spend it, yeah.
but, yeah, but you have to spend the money, I mean, but it's how fast, as far as the fair board, that we pay that out. I mean, are we comfortable paying, are we comfortable paying 700,000 instantly? I mean, I don't know. I mean, they still have a lot of money to get, it's, the big question is what happens to that money if they don't raise enough money to finish the project, that's where my worry comes in.
So are you saying give them the 200,000 that we've already pledged and then hold off on giving them the other 500,000 until we know they can secure other funds?
I would probably be okay with that, I think
you're right, excuse me.
I think $700,000 right out of the chute is a really big amount, but maybe they need that committal, but that's a lot of money.
Cause I know there were a lot of other donors, businesses and places waiting to see what we do on that, and if we, give them the 200,000 that we pledged and then essentially, say that the other 500,000 would be going to that if they can secure the other funds, then I think that might bring some of those other donors onto the table and they can, fill in that other portion that they're looking for. Then we would know that they would have the funds to do it.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I'm not worried about them not building it, they're gonna get their money. I think even if the county doesn't contribute, I think eventually they're gonna have their money, cause that's been a project in the works for a long time. And they're gonna get there, it's just a matter of, are we gonna be part of helping them get there? That's my opinion,
I think,
I wanna be part of helping them get there.
I'm confident that it's gonna happen. I think they've come too far to back out on it now, but.
so I think the thought going through my head is, from a financial perspective, it doesn't make sense for us to borrow funds and then leave them in an account here and pay interest on them.
Yep.
And then not give it to the fair, while then if they start construction, even if they have a commitment of something, they're gonna turn around and borrow the funds, so then they're gonna pay interest on money that we're paying interest on that we committed, and
We're gonna pay interest on that money regardless, because we're paying from it, cause we're borrowing that money, that's your loan.
We would, that's my point,
You
is
say-
ours,
Interest is
ours
not
would,
gonna go
ours
away.
would
Are we
be
gonna pay interest on
inevitable.
something that's not being used, or are we gonna use it,
Yeah, and
put it to
then,
use, and then,
and then if they
Interest on
don't
sense.
have it, then they would borrow on the backside, which would be kind of duplicating the interest cost and be unnecessary, I guess that's my point is. If we borrow it, we have an interest expense, if it's not being utilized, then it's kind of a waste. So,
I can see both sides of it honestly, but it does make sense that we give them that totally other ways. Yeah, then you got two different entities paying interest on dollar amount that one entity could avoid paying interest on by having that dollar amount.
But they don't have interest on it if they don't have a loan.
but
Right, that's what he's saying, if we give them that 500,000, that's 500,000 less that they would have to take out in a loan and pay interest on.
if they started construction, they would have to borrow for anything that they didn't have cash on hand for. So even if they have a 5-year commitment for 100,000 and it's 20,000 per year, they might have the first 20,000, but they're gonna borrow for the other 80. So whatever the difference of cash on hand versus actual project cost is, they're gonna have to borrow if they start moving forward with construction. So if we had the funds sitting in our account, we'd be paying interest on it already, but then they would also have to pay interest on it just because we didn't transfer it.
I know what you're saying.
Yes.
Yeah,
How long would it take for the Kossuth County Board of Supervisors to transfer money that they would have in their fund to the Kossuth, to anyone,
Not very-
Kossuth County Fair Board? I mean, you're probably talking days.
Yeah,
As long as it's budgeted and planned for, yeah.
So in my own mind, I can't see where the Fair Board would have to borrow money.
I mean, if our trigger was them actually starting construction and the process kinda took care of itself, I think that's fine and self-explanatory. But if we're just holding it for the purposes of holding it, what's our point that we're flipping the switch, I guess?
I think we're getting maybe a little bit, I mean, I think it's important notes, but coming back to you guys still wanna do that dollar amount or not, and what do we wanna certify for debt? And like I said last week, that was just a number that was thrown out and there was no other suggestions, so are we all on the same page with that still, or?
I think there were suggestions, 2.7, 4.7, 6.7.
But that was more in relation to, how many road and bridge projects we're wanting to go towards.
yeah,
That wasn't so much in relation to the fairgrounds.
we were talking,
Like the
Right.
0.7 was the fairgrounds portion.
Yeah.
Correct, correct.
The 4, 5, or 6
Yeah.
was the roads and bridges
Right,
portion.
right.
Correct. So,
well, we definitely need to, get more money to our roads and bridges, I mean, we need to take care of that. I mean, I think that's where that $4 million came in and, I know, it was in here the one time we talked about that, 4 or 5 million. I mean, so I think we kinda met in the middle, kinda sorta there with the 4 million because of everybody's suggestions. I'm still okay with that dollar amount, going forward, and, we're gonna have to budget for, we'll have to get a little guidance on the budgeting aspect of it with Elizabeth, maybe. How we do that to make sure we do that accurately, because we're gonna be budgeting for something we're actually not gonna be doing yet. I mean, you know what I mean? We're
Yeah.
gonna wanna put a revenue and an expense in there, but we might wanna just get her guidance as to doing that accurately. And the other thing we have to, the other thing that would be part of that also, the question I had is you always have attorney fees when you go through this process to do this. What that might cost, and that will probably come out of that, 4 point, 4.7 million.
Yep.
Does anybody have any idea what that amounts to, or how much it amounts to, or?
I don't know, sometimes, I mean, it could be $10,000, like, that's a long shot, but, like when we did the urban renewal, I think we had attorney fees of like $10,000 originally, way back when. So, I mean, maybe it would be less than that, but you don't know, but we gotta take that into consideration too. That will be part of it. So it won't be 4.7 million, and we'll have the interest, so it won't be.
Right.
And how long will it take to pay back this based on what we anticipate?
It looks like it could be a good 3
3
years.
years, yeah.
3 years. If it goes the way we anticipate, it could about 3 years, which is not a bad problem to have.
Which is quicker than
But,
the old one was, yeah.
my point is, 4.7 million really isn't 4.7 million.
Depends on if you have your fees coming out of that total or on top of it, I mean, either way, they'd be paid for by the same place, but.
Well, yeah, but it's still fees, so it's less money going somewhere else.
So if you're gonna end up with 4.7, you might wanna go for $5 million, is that kind of what you're saying?
Yes.
I think that's what she's getting at, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, Doug.
Just a question. Is a line of credit a tool that can be used here? For example, using $5 million figure. What you really do is you go through the process of getting the loan or the line of credit for $5 million. And then, as you need that money, $2 million for a road project, you actually, at that time, borrow the $2 million.
Right, then you're-
And as you start receiving revenue, you start paying off that line of credit. And you might have a line of credit for 10 years, depending on how things are borrowed and how things are paid back.
Yes, I didn't know that was an option.
I don't know if
Yeah.
it is or not.
I don't know, I haven't heard of anybody that has used that,
That's how I believe
agree
that's
with
how
the
the
concept, but-
law enforcement center was constructed. We did,
Sure.
I don't think they borrowed everything at the beginning,
We did.
but they paid, as they got expenses, that's when they borrowed the money.
Was it actually a line of credit, or was it?
I have to go back and look, but I believe that there was some sort of
I just didn't know if it was more of a general note that had multiple advancements to it.
I don't think there was anything set. I think
Okay.
it was, okay, we need $1 million to pay the contractor for this.
Okay,
We need another $1 million.
You have a set dollar amount that you,
But
as a heads up almost.
you're
Yeah,
looking
but
at
it could be.
multiple.
And I've done that as I remodeled a house too, I mean, then you're only
You're
paying
looking
interest
at
on
years of,
what you're taking out at a time.
years of work,
Yeah,
and you're gonna have you have revenue coming in right now.
well, that would be ideal, yeah.
So I don't know if that is something that can be,
But how does that work with our timeline of certifying debt at a certain time?
well, again, you have projects in November that identify.
Mm-hmm.
You have to
I
have the
would think-
debt, you have to have the debt first.
Yeah, you have to have the debt.
You have to have the
first.
debt
That's-
first,
that's
you can't
true.
just identify projects, then you have to
Well, but
actually have the
You're
debt.
gonna, what I'm saying is if you identify $2 million worth of projects, you've got $2 million worth of debt.
Well, I think that's part of the conversation.
I don't know.
I
No,
think
that's
you-
not how that works.
I think you'd actually have to pull the funds.
No, that's what I'm saying, you
Yeah.
borrow $2 million.
Yeah, you have to have that first, before you can certify a project, you
Yeah.
have to have the debt.
I don't see where a large, and we talked about a large one, so we only had the fees once. And I'm certainly no authority on bond issues whatsoever, but I don't see where a bond issue where you're issuing picking 4.7, 2.76, $5 million in bonds and a line of credit, I don't see where they run together, that sounds like,
I think it
that
would,
doesn't mean we couldn't get a line of credit somewhere and be better off going that route. You know, maybe some
Well,
local.
it's two separate, it's two separate ideas, and one may have benefits over the other.
Right.
yeah, I don't know if that's a feasible or functional option.
Well, that line of credit you're talking about for that was paid back by local option sales tax, correct? So as that was coming in, that was paid back
Yeah,
to
we're,
that line of credit.
right,
So this is, the way this is working through TIF is a bit different, because we have to certify the debt before we can get the funds.
Well, you have to certify the debt before the property taxes can. be received.
Right, before the
Yeah.
TIF funds start coming back to pay back that debt.
Not sure.
I'm not sure either, but it sounds like we're okay with the number. We have to do a little investigating, as to how we actually budget that. I think we should talk to Elizabeth, and whether we do that in the boardroom, or I'd be happy to call Elizabeth with Tammy. Anybody can, I don't really care, I'm just really familiar with the TIF process, that's why I would be glad to help with that. If Tammy wants me to.
Sure, of course.
That's a lawyer, or who's that?
No,
That's
she's our auditing firm,
Third-party auditor,
and they'll guide us as far as the budget and numbers and dollars and how to actually do that.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with you talking to her, I'd be interested in that conversation, cause I think that'll be important to cross our T's and dot our I's.
That'd be a good time to ask whether they know of any hybrid arrangements or.
Line of credit type.
Line of
Yeah.
credit.
That would be a question for the attorney. She's gonna deflect that to the attorney.
She probably will, but she might be able to say.
She might be
knows
aware.
of
Or she
anything
could say,
not.
well, hey, this county did it this way,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
they audited them,
You
and
never
then
know.
maybe we can reach out to a different county,
Yeah.
just to make sure we get that, where we need it.
It wouldn't surprise me if she deflected the question for a final opinion, but she might have
She
some,
won't give
she
us
might
a
have some
final.
knowledge.
Yeah, she'll give us knowledge. It's up to us for the final.
Yeah,
but coming back to the 4.7, is that? It's on the agenda to decide,
Or did we
and
say 5 to help cover for the attorney fees and?
is that, is 5 a number that the board is wanting just for the amount of debt that we'd like to look at doing?
I'm not disagreeing that it would cost more than what you actually borrow, but I think if we're setting the amount that we borrow, I think the fees and stuff would be additional to that. It fundamentally would cost the TIF more than 4.7 in total dollars because of fees and interest and all that stuff, but I think we need to set what we are planning to borrow and use as funds. I don't think your fees would come out of that, I think that's what you borrow from the bank and receive, or from whatever finance.
That doesn't make any sense.
So, but you know, like when I get,
If you're gonna pay it with the TIF dollars, it has to be included in there, but I mean,
It would be included as an expense, but I think it would be a separate line than what you are.
it would be, but that's in the reconciliation process. The dollar amount, no project has to be specified at this time to get that dollar amount.
Well, if you go to a bank to borrow $50,000 for a mortgage, they're gonna advance $50,000, you're gonna pay all your other fees on top of that, I guess that's my point. You'll still pay them, it'll still be a cost to the TIF.
Right,
The
but how do
dollars
you,
that
how do you
you-
certify that as a debt, the fees?
It would be part of the reconciliation, and it would be there as an expense to the TIF as a debt, but I don't.
So what are you saying? I think you're making this way more difficult.
Yeah, I'm confused.
If we're hoping, if we do 5 million, we're hoping that we get $4.7 million of projects. That's
Yeah.
how I'm stating it. If you do 4.7, you're not getting $4.7 million in projects, period. You're not. It's very simple.
So on our previous reconciliations that was just done, when we did $1 million internal loan.
We're paying ourselves back, we're not
Yeah.
paying ourselves interest.
Right, but the attorney fees, all that stuff for the process to set up the urban renewal and bring the turbines into that project, where did that come out? Did that come out of the $1 million that we borrowed? Or was it added on top of the
I'd
million?
have to look at it and see.
Let's find that answer.
Why does it matter?
What's your point,
I
though?
don't get
I
it.
don't get what your point is.
It did not, I mean, the $1 million went into the construction fund.
That's.
So there was somewhere else those particular fees to create the TIF were, but you're talking now to
Oh, I'm
set up the
fine.
borrowing, the loan and everything. I'm pretty sure, Tammy, that, cause $1 million went into that.
Yeah, so if $1 million went into that fund, our other fees and stuff that we would have paid would have had to have been on top of the million, not within the million, that's my point.
Trying to find your reconciliation. Did you put it maybe in the, did you email it or did you put it in the
I
folder?
can't remember, let me find it.
I don't think he
Oh,
heard
here
you.
it is. Here it is.
Pardon me,
Howard has
I'm
a
sorry.
No, I didn't ask questions. So if you build bridges, this is kind of out of order, there's no, the lifespan of every bridge isn't the same, is it? They don't wear out automatically at 75 years.
No,
It has to do with what, use and what else?
material that it's constructed out of, use, overloading.
I sent it to you, Amber.
People burning ditches.
Can you send it to me as well?
There's no practical limit as far as how many you could do in a given year? Or there's a practical limit, but
I mean, the
it's
amount,
not gonna be a problem.
the amount that, I mean, the plans that we can come up with and there's a limit on inspection, you know, as far as dedicating an employee to inspect the construction.
So what is that limit?
Well, right now, when asphalt is being resurfaced, we have two employees dedicated to that. and then we need an employee dedicated to,
I don't either.
2 to 3 bridges if they were being constructed at the same time,
One employee.
1 employee. So,
And I'm not sure how these, if we do like a fuel bond or whatever, how they're paid back, they're paid back yearly, I'm assuming. The only point is, if we wanna tell Doug, here, you've got $4 million. How do we pay that? How do we pay that payment? If
well,
it's already, that's what I'm trying to wrap my
the
head around.
construction that we have completed using the urban renewal funding was a construction project, the widening of lanes up to the east of Titanca. Now, that project was designed and inspected by a private firm, and Gold Eagle paid for all of that cost.
Okay,
But the payment, I would get the amounts, the progress statements put together, and then I would bring those to the auditor's office, and the auditor's office then would pay out of that construction fund.
okay,
It did not go through secondary roads.
okay, it came
Fund.
out of that 31,000 fund or whatever it is, that, yeah.
31, 32. I don't, yeah, the construction fund that right
Yeah.
now has $1.3 million in it, Tammy, I don't,
Yeah,
somewhere like
I'm
that,
not sure.
for that bridge.
So that's where
So
that's where this money's
process.
going to go. That, so if we
So-
put 4 million in there,
Right, and we would need to program projects
with that, yeah.
with that, with the idea being that we would then, our office would design them, inspect them during construction, and again, progress statements, we would bring them to the auditor's office, and payments would be made to the contractors that way.
Right, so I understand that part. The part I'm trying to figure out is then when we pay the money back to wherever we get the money. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
That would be paid as soon as tip dollars come in, then we can pay off, like, okay, we've got $1.2 million in from tip. We can now pay $1.2 million of those bonds off. But once that money is in from what we borrowed, that money would go out then to pay the fees of the construction and stuff like that. But then when the dollars come in from TID, that would go to wherever our bond came from to pay back the bonds.
So they're callable bonds, you can pay them back I mean, this question,
I don't know.
I
have
don't
no
have that
idea.
answer, but that's just
I've
kind of my.
never-
but now you're getting closer to, it's not so much a line of credit like you were describing, but you're paying it back as the money comes in. And I don't know, I'm not insinuating anything, cause I have no idea.
Yeah.
I
have no
what
idea
I've
either.
been, I think told is it's like taking out a loan. You know, you're making your payment, only in this case, once a year when you're taxed, or twice a year,
Is it
depending.
does the TIF money go into its own fund in,
Yeah.
I mean, it's a real basic,
It's-
12,000 it goes
but
into.
anyway,
yeah.
so any payments for the loan would come out of wherever that
Yeah,
revenue is being placed.
yeah, and that's what we
TIF
did for
revenue.
like the city of Titanca and Gold Eagle when we had the first urban renewal. Part of it went to city of Titanca, part of it went to Gold Eagle, and then part of it came back to us for the internal loan. So this, I think, instead of us to the internal loan, it would go to the, whoever we have the bond through for that
Yeah.
payment.
Yeah, so basically, probably in all how we set it up for how many years.
Mm-hmm.
So if we think we could have it paid off in 3 years,
Mm-hmm.
maybe we do 4. Just because
You
then
don't
you know all the fees, all the interest, anything else is covered because we might not have enough in the 3 years. Does
Right.
that make sense? So it's probably all in how we set it up to pay it back. That's pretty important.
Yeah, I think all those decisions and aspects would be discussed as we went through the process, and I would think whether we have Heidi and Elizabeth and our attorney on the phone, whether it's today or another day, I mean, I would think they would have knowledge to walk us through all that.
So it doesn't look like on this that there was any attorney fees
I
taken
don't-
out of here.
I don't see any either.
So they must have been just paid for by the board?
I would have thought they would have gone through the TIF, but I don't know if we ever specifically talked about that.
It's, yeah, it's not on here, so they must not have. So,
So when do we have to have the debt?
December first.
We have to have the debt, but,
it has to be in place and done, so we should probably do that right after.
so then you would spend it in the construction season of the calendar year 27?
We can,
It's
You'd have
fiscal year, fiscal
27,
year.
So the end of this year, first half of next year, calendar year.
But-
Fiscal year would be 27, 28.
27, 28 is when
yes.
we'll get the
Both of
money.
them,
Right.
both.
That's when we'll get money to pay it back, is
Yes,
27, 28.
Yeah,
But
I'm
We're talking-
I'm talking about sourcing the money and spending
No.
the money.
That's 26, 27. 26, 27, we
And
source the
27,
money.
28.
He can spend it, we just won't see any income from it from 27, 28.
Depending on the timeline we
Well,
plan to
the
spend.
the construction season would be both years, 26, 27 and 27, 28.
and I'm in the process right now of putting together my 5-year program. These projects will need to be in the 5-year program, so if,
Hurry up and make a decision.
yeah. If you wanna include them that way, there's gonna have to be a decision, and we're gonna have to discuss what we want done.
Okay, so. Are we, do we wanna do the 4.7?
That's what I was asking, yep.
Yep, I'm sorry.
No,
Yep.
that's what I'm trying to
Yeah,
get to.
We just circle all the way back to the original
It
question.
was kind of, it's kind of.
That's all good things to talk about.
Conversation though, to
Yeah.
try and figure out
Right.
how the wheels turn.
Yeah.
We have to think about aspects of it, so you make sure
Absolutely.
you have it covered.
Yep.
Not to be intentionally vague, but can we say, we wanna explore the options around 4.7 to $5 million, and then move forward, maybe I have a motion to that effect and move forward, and then nail it down when we find out what the process is and where the fees can come from?
Well, you're gonna have to know by the end of February, cause the numbers have to be in this budget.
Yeah. I mean, I'd say if we're even teetering or thinking of the 5 million.
Yes.
Really?
Yes,
We
yes.
do the 5 million. then-
Okay, so it's time to make a decision,
Yeah,
that's fine,
if we're concerned, we do the 5 million. I mean, I know it's $300,000, but I think I think we could say we do it over 5 years. I mean, I know that's not what we're talking about, but we could pay it off sooner. You know what I mean?
If we do the 5 million, then the fees come out separately from that 5 million, and so then we end up with an additional 300,000. There's a bridge right here on a gravel road that I could do for 300,000.
Yeah.
And it
Even
would
though it's
already
like
be,
bridges on gravel roads.
yeah. Well, I'm just looking at
He's just looking
his
at his.
sheet that he's got.
I heard you,
out
sorry.
here, so, I mean,
Yep.
Somebody has a passion, we'll put it out there. Let's go for $5 million.
I am all right with that.
do we need an official?
Is that your
motion?
motion?
Do we need one?
Yeah, we
need a
actually do
motion.
have it on for
Yes,
decision, yeah.
We need a motion for,
I'll make a motion that we move forward with a, bond issue or certifying debt or what, I don't know what we're doing. even
how would
Probably
you think it should be
say
worded,
move forward
Tammy?
with the process. Something to that effect.
In the amount of 5 million.
Tammy's like, how do I write that down?
I would just write it, 5 million for the Buffalo Township urban renewal and TIF funding process. I mean, honestly. Obviously, decisions are gonna have to be made down the road, but we're just deciding the dollar amount, I think that's enough.
Okay.
And the budget process will tell Doug how much to put in there, you know what I mean?
Okay, well, we got a motion by Haas, second by Garmin, so any more discussion on the dollar amount?
Yeah, I got a question. We should have a pretty good idea of if things don't change legislature wise, how much money's coming back, when,
What do you mean coming back? You mean in taxes?
yes. And so, I mean, are you gonna, is this, do we have any idea how long we're gonna borrow it for, or how long the bonds will be for?
I think we,
That's
We'd
something
go
we'll have
through
to,
that whole
yeah.
process, that should be discussed or decided or whatever through the process of borrowing the funds. I don't think we're gonna have answers to all those questions without the
Sorry.
experts that we have had involved in the process being here for that conversation, whether it's Heidi, our attorney, or Elizabeth, like, all those people are gonna be the ones that need to answer those for us.
Okay. Well, no further discussion. All in favor of approving the motion, do you wanna read the motion, just so?
Motion by Haas and second by Garmin to move forward with $5 million for the Buffalo Township urban renewal and TIF funding process.
Okay, if everyone understands the motion, all in favor of approving, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Okay,
So what happens, what has to happen next and who's gonna make it happen?
Well, we're gonna have to talk to Elizabeth, I mean, I think I have a good idea of how it's gonna work, but we'll have to talk to Elizabeth about
the
the
process.
budget funding and where that needs to go, and then we'll have to make a call to the attorneys to have them get the process started and talk to us about what your intentions are and where we go from here.
bonding versus, whatever other options,
Mhm.
and the fees associated with that.
Okay. Is that all we need to decide for today then on that topic?
Mhm.
Okay, well, we can move on from that. Well, Doug, while we have you, I don't know what your morning looks like. Do you wanna have the insurance discussion?
Sure, I don't have that information.
That's fine, if you need to take a few minutes to put things together, that's
You wanna
fine.
just come right back up?
That'd be just fine, yep, yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
10-minute break.
It's a good time for me to take a break.
10-minute break?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that.
Is this for me?
Yes.
Some blood flow back to my toes.
Yeah, really. It's just good, it's good for us to move around just a little.
Yeah. It's pledged on, hinged on buildings, so. Anyway. No, I know, I get it. Fits into the lifestyle, you know, more than, we might not have the raises, but you get to make up for raises. Yeah.
Josh. Take a look at
I
this.
suppose December, you can't possibly, that's what, 6 or 7 months? Yeah.
Right.
This is,
I mean, really,
yeah,
Well,
I had it considered. Those two
There you go.
are what it takes to
I don't know.
bring these in line, so the trending expenses,
I think to myself,
get those balances close.
is there somewhere where there's a break off?
Just we go for the HSA.
Yeah.
I'll talk about all that, but I think it's
You know
pretty
what I'm saying?
significant.
I mean, as you,
And if we're trying to get a certain balance, pick which category you use, but
I don't see you can do it.
you're not, that's the problem. Yeah. You have to clear, it's not gonna work. Because we can talk about the revenue that wasn't added the last couple of years, we could have cut expenses the last couple of years, and that would have done the same thing. But that's the difference in core philosophy, I guess. I'm not interested in, adjusting tax things.
anyway.
I wish I'd brought a snack today.
Be a learning process.
Yeah, for $2.
Who's down in the vending machine?
That's from the vending machine?
I
They're
guess
pretty
I
good.
could.
What'd you find in the vending machine?
A snack, I said, I wished I'd have packed a snack today,
Oh.
I'm hungry.
Yeah,
Nature's Garden.
okay.
I have an orange and yogurt if you need either one.
No, no, I'm good, I will live.
Okay. Just need a bigger desk.
I know, sorry, I don't want it to hit
Oh,
my
you're fine,
computer, cause I don't
it's
want
like-
it to mess
you're
up
fine.
the video somehow.
Yeah,
I tried.
I know, you don't
So-
wanna pile it too
I
high.
know.
Yeah, that I believe it is, yep. That's the one I pulled out of the filing cabinet.
I mean, if we were like
uh,
Polk County, we
Yeah,
could,
so
we could all have our
here,
own
the
offices.
renewal period from
Right.
7/1/25 to 6/30/26.
Yeah.
This is, that's last.
I don't know where you're gonna do that here.
Yeah, I don't know. The annex.
There you go, that's about the only place it is room. Okay,
Alright, insurance.
Which,
Um,
what are we gonna hold first?
what's that?
entirely too cheerful of
Maybe so. Where did I set my, where? Lost my tablet.
No, I didn't.
Okay, do we, where did we leave off last? As far as the board goes, I mean, I know I've had
We
thoughts
were,
of things,
we were
but-
talking about getting that other alt, which we got, Doug sent that out.
Right.
So we've received that.
Right,
But really, I guess, I would say we left off with figuring out, part of it's where we wanna be at for fund balance and how do we get there? Cutting expenses or increasing revenue or both or whatever. It's all part of,
Cutting the expense for sure to, that's, you know, of ours, yeah.
yeah. And I don't know if anyone else wants to start, but I got the, I had asked Doug for his Excel sheet and I played around with numbers a little bit to try to see what it would take from fund balances to a similar position, based on the trending expenses. And I guess I've got a few numbers or possible scenarios for that, but, or one at least, but I guess that's what I looked at. In between was where the numbers land and what it would take to make them comparable. And that's with the traditional versus high deductible, I didn't have anything for the other alt.
sure, yep, well, and looking at the alternate plan that was sent with the change from 1,000 to 1,500, 3,000 to, or 2,000 to 3,000 for deductibles, and raising out of pocket 15,300 to 2 and 4. So I get changes 115,000 or so.
What I looked at was their estimated suggested rates,
Or estimated
which,
suggested rates.
for single, they had 1,071 and 36 cents versus
Yep.
our previous was 1101.59. Family was 2678.41 versus 2753.
Can we make sure all of us are looking at the same?
Yeah,
That's the alt they sent versus our current traditional quote.
Right,
The
but,
sheet.
The one that Doug sent out,
Yeah.
that Wellmark had
see,
gotten
okay,
back.
so
Yeah,
I was
go
looking
back
at
there.
Doug's email,
Yeah.
so that's why I'm asking. We all need to be looking at the same thing,
Go to today's folder.
yes.
Actually, it's not the folder, is it? It's on
It's in
the
the
email, yeah.
Okay,
That is the
We're in some-
new plan, but in the folder there are
Okay,
some documents as well.
yeah, I saw those, but.
which one should we be on?
The one on
I'm
the
not sure.
email is what was being referred to.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
I have we received from Wellmark, what I'm calling Josh's alternate.
Right,
And it has a deductible of 1,500, that's what I emailed to you.
Yeah,
yeah,
It has a deductible of 1,500, single, 3,000 family, an out-of-pocket maximum of $2,000 single and $4,000 family. Now, there is a question, and it has not been answered, but if you look at the prescription benefits on that, and I'm looking at the first page of that alternate, the out-of-pocket maximum is 1,500 and 3,000. And I believe that that is supposed to aggregate and be the same. So I have a question to Wellmark to see if that is correct or not. It's the same prescription benefits that we had with our traditional renewal, or initial renewal. So anyway, those rates are there. Then I plug that in to my estimator. And if you look on the drive, your information to the right is what Josh's alternate is. And depending on whether you want to with revenue on page 3 of 6 there. What your ending balance is and your revenues. You can see that we are able to increase our contribution. The expenses in this estimate, I'm just gonna use a round figure, $100,000. I would think, and I also included in the folder, we balanced with the treasurer. Right now, our ending balance is $2,228,595, the ending auditor's balance. If I were to reestimate, my feeling is there's gonna be about a $2 million balance when we get through the end of the year. I hope I'm wrong. I hope that we pretty much cover our costs and we'd end up with $2,200,000, $2,300,000. That'd be great, just what we had budgeted, but we gotta see what happens, I guess. So if you kinda go to page 6 of 6 on that estimator, budget estimator sheet, and you look, I've got a $2 million budget. This is for all 3 plans. Column D is the traditional renewal. That column E is a high deductible health plan, and column F is what I call Josh's alternate. What we would expect for expenditures in each one of those is row 91. And that would be almost 3.4 million for the traditional, 2.9 million for the high deductible health plan, and 3.266 for Josh's alternate. And our contributed revenue using, we did not change that, but we would end up with an estimated balance. Using our traditional, we'd end up losing a little bit. With the high deductible, we're gonna be able to increase our balance if everything works out that way. And with Josh's plan, our estimated revenue is just a little bit higher than the estimated expenditures. So we'd be trending in a good direction, at least with, and if everything plays out, holding that or increasing that ending balance. The maximums then would be in that row 96. If we would have maximum liability to the fund happening, that's what our balances would be. And again, we have never encountered that. So that kind of just explains that a little bit.
So row 96, or whatever, line 96 is if line 94 comes to pass?
That would be correct. If we would have our maximum expenditures or maximum liability to the fund of $3.8 million based on the same contributed revenue.
I guess let me ask this, is anyone comfortable with, 1.4 million estimated ending fund balance if we use max liability on the traditional plan?
The obvious answer is gonna be no, but do you wanna hear it?
Yes, that's why I asked.
No. I think I asked last week and nobody really wanted to see it fall much below the 2.25 that it was at, right, or 228?
Well, on the, even just as a dollar figure point of reference on the high deductible plan column E, the constant contribution figure there would give us a $2.5 million fund balance. and worst case scenario, we'd be just a hair under 2 million. With all the scenarios at hand, I guess that's the only one from a numbers perspective that I'd be comfortable with.
Is that everybody
That'd
going
be
to a high
everybody
deductible
switching.
plan?
Correct.
Only offering the high deductible.
Correct.
Or increasing the costs on the traditional that would offset it, and I guess that's kind of what I looked at, just for worst case scenario to put them side by side. And just, I guess maybe to speed up the process. Under the constant contribution section, I broke out what we have for county contribution and then added employee costs separate under each of those for single and family for each plan. So I've got 1120 for the singles on both options, 2415 from the county for the family contribution. And on the high deductible plan side, I kept the 250 as it is right now. And then I looked at what it would take on the traditional side to get those fund balances similar, which for me, that is line 90, but it's the estimated ending FY27 balance using constant contribution. Both of those figures are just within 10,000 under 2.5 million. But to get to that point, it takes $200 from the single on the traditional plan and $650 from a family on the traditional plan. Then on the high deductible, the employee cost would be 0 and the family cost would be $250. But then the caveat to that is those costs aren't in line with the suggested rates from Wellmark. So if you compare the revenues on the high deductible side versus the estimated suggested rates, you have a difference of $186 per month for the single and a difference of $331 for the family. And I guess my thought process in that is looking at, with the revenue coming in, how much could go towards the HSA from the county without negatively impacting the fund balance. Which those, just because of the cost difference with those premiums versus what we would be contributing, you would have $2,200 a year for a single that could go towards an HSA, and almost $4,000 per year that could go towards an HSA as a family. And our costs, it wouldn't negatively impact our fund balance. So I guess that's what I looked at, of comparing a similar target for ending fund balance and comparing that to what our costs for each of those plans would be. And that's still including the 15% increase in contribution from the county. I just, for keeping the variables the same, I left that as it was that we've discussed so far. So that puts those fund balances side by side, literally within $3,000 of each other. Just shy of 2.5 million. Then if you go to the max liability, with the traditional plan, you'd be at 1.85 million, and the high deductible plan, we'd be at 1.987 million for max liability. So the traditional plan would still have more maximum liability, but your estimation using trending expenses would be very, very close.
So you're saying even on the high deductible plan, having a family $250 a month, is that?
Yeah, so I guess the thought process there would be, they would pay $250 out of their paycheck, but they would receive $331 back that would go towards the HSA, so they would actually receive more going to their HSA than you would be spending, and you would have the advantage of spending pre-tax dollars on healthcare costs rather than post-tax dollars. So then also, if you change jobs, if that money would be theirs. So they would still retain ownership of it in essence, it's just, it would be directed into an HSA.
And on the traditional plan, are you talking what we have currently for deductibles, or are you talking Josh's deductibles?
The current traditional, I didn't have Josh's numbers plugged in like Doug does now. So that would be using the same deductibles we currently have.
But all that hinged on the 15% increase.
It does, I left that alone just for one less variable. It definitely could be discussed or changed, but for the purposes of calculations, I left that the same. So the county's contribution would be based on the 15% increase that we have planned in the budget so far. So that's the 1120 and the 2415 figures respectively.
And without, I'm not in any way, shape or form trying to be smart, but where's all this money gonna come from for a 3% raise, longevity pay, and a 15% increase in health insurance?
We need to look at where our fund balances, or projected fund balances are, and what their total tax increase would be to really answer that question, okay? And that's something we haven't looked at substantially yet.
Half answer to your question, a lot of the wage increases will come out of the general basic fund. Okay?
Yep.
And pretty well use that up because we're limited, no, that's not true, I'm sorry.
No.
We are,
And then, well, we're limited to what we can increase, yes, but this is specifically general supplemental that we're talking about here with the health insurance. So they, yes, I get your point, but they are coming out of two different places, two different levies.
they would be two different places, two different levies. Yep, fully agree with that fundamentally. If you're looking at where the total tax bill is gonna end up, I mean, that'll be based on where we set the levy rate for supplemental and all those other things, so supplemental is not limited, but it still is something that lands on the tax bill.
And the valuations for supplemental aren't limited.
The levy rate.
Levy rate, valuations are the same for supplemental as they are for basic.
They are limited then.
No,
No. the levy-
valuations don't
But what,
happen,
but you can only go up 3%.
you can only grow 3%.
So the limit on general,
Grow is not the right word there, you can grow.
Supplemental has no limit on.
supplemental.
Right, supplemental does not, but, general basic and rural basic, you can only,
You can grow as much as you grow, but you can only increase your total tax asking by 3%.
no,
No,
No?
only
No.
for those funds, only for those levies. So general supplemental, for example, if our insurance for the buildings and for health insurance and all that went up 50%, we could increase our total dollars 50% if that was our decision. It's not limited.
Right, the supplemental's not limited at all, but back to general basic and rural basic.
Those are they have a limitation factor to them.
yes.
So,
So our levy actually decreased in
Yes.
general basic.
It's in both general
And
basic and
general,
rural
okay.
basic.
Yeah.
But you'd be proposing the tax asking to go up the allowable 3%? That's not accurate either.
No.
So I went back and I was looking at that actually last night, I think it's under the FY 27 budget info that Tammy had put in there, there's a spreadsheet with the levy calculations, and there's a 3% limitation percentage, but based on the max allowed, for general basic, it'd be a 5.5% increase, in total tax dollars, and rural basic, it would be a 5.16% total tax increase in dollars. So, if we hit our maxes,
Yeah, the levy rates are actually lower than last year's, but of course, because valuations have increased, the tax dollars are increased.
yep. Do you guys want me to print this off so we have it in?
I don't know, but I think
mean,
it'd be
it's on
better
there.
off if it was on the screen and we were all talking, on the big screen,
Yeah.
so we were all talking, but Doug's probably sitting there thinking, I'm here to talk about health insurance, not the whole thing, but the whole thing matters, right?
It does.
I mean, I don't need any more paper to carry out of here if we're trying to make a
Right.
decision. But I mean, I'm not gonna be excited about voting for a budget that includes much more than the 3% tax asking across the board. Is that, and that's not doable, is that right?
Do you think it's doable?
Well, I'm not sure, I don't know what percentage of so this general supplemental, what, if health insurance is gonna go up X, I mean, we need to know what we're working with. We should know what we're working with as far as revenue, if we limit it to 3%. And what's the dollars gonna give you on the general basic and the rural basic if we limit that to 3? Well, we are or are not limited. I've heard Kyle, I've heard you say, we're not limited, it's more like 5 or whatever, but do you want, I don't understand that, I keep thinking I've heard we were limited to 3, but what does that rate, how much money does that give us, and how much percentage of that is?
Well, it gives us money, and I think Tammy had given us something to show us the dollars that we're gonna gain in the general basic and the rural basic fund. You
Yes.
know, the amounts that we're actually gonna gain with the levy going down. So, we are going to gain dollars.
Mhm.
I can't remember, did you say like
Three-
150?
$342,465 in general and $110,000 in rural.
Okay, okay, so
Which-
that's what we're gaining.
Which
But
is
that has nothing to do with health
5%.
insurance.
No,
It
but-
doesn't.
But that correlates with those 5% that I read off. That's from that spreadsheet that Tammy.
Okay.
That's a
so-
5% increase in the tax asking?
Tax
No.
dollars.
Okay, so we're not, so what would be helpful, honestly, and I do agree, it'd be helpful if we're all looking at the same thing. We asked Doug to present this stuff and to show us spreadsheets and do these things. It's great that we make our own and we try and figure out how we feel, but like, we don't have what you're looking at in front of us. So we're just listening to all your numbers and things that you're saying, which makes it, I'm not absorbing any of it. I wish that we could go off of Doug's sheets that he's presented, and if we want changes, ask him to change it, so we're all presented with the same information to make the, no, I'm glad that you go and you do your own thing, that's great, because but we also need to come to a place where we're all looking at the same thing and having, say, Doug, plug in this number or that number so that we see it in front of us. Okay, that's what that would do. That's helpful. I guess,
Can we do that right now? Can we put it up on the screen and change the numbers and look at it as a group?
Sure.
Cause
that,
the
yes.
one thing that I tried to explain as I went through this, I really like the way the spreadsheet was set up, I told Doug that. The only thing that I thought should be changed for clarity's sake is to see the county's contribution versus an employee cost, because when you add them together, it affects the fund balance, but I think it makes it more difficult for us to understand as board members if they're lumped in the same line item. So, the only thing that I changed was adding those two lines and updating the formulas to pull both of those lines together.
But
But
it's still,
in the end, all that does,
yeah.
that doesn't do anything to what the self-insurance, the performance of the self-insurance fund. That's what I guess that's what I think we are here to discuss is the self-insurance fund.
But we can't look at that as a target or a goal without seeing the pieces that go into that. And that's my point, I think it's easier to see the pieces if you see the pieces coming together as a whole. So,
But regardless, that contribution is coming out of there. So whether you separate it out or not, it's still the same dollar amount.
it is, that's 100% correct, but I can understand it a lot easier if you see the two parts coming together as a whole than seeing, okay, this is your total, but you gotta separate that out and backtrack the math every time you talk about it. So I guess, I don't know, if we wanna make changes on Doug's with them being combined, I can give the combined figures that I have, but I have them broken out separately so that I can see them and change them separately.
So this is the sheet.
Yep.
And again, looking at a constant contribution of $1,120 for the single, this is on all three, the traditional or what we have today, if we were to renew it, using the family contribution of $2,665, that's all through there. Our ending balance estimated at $2 million, $2 million, and the expenditures based on that $3,376,000, we got the miscellaneous revenue, 400. Going through and looking at that with the traditional, we end up with the estimated balance of $1,936,545. So we would be losing approximately $63,500. With the high deductible plan and the revenue and the projected expenditures, we would be increasing $447,448,000. And using the plan that Josh had talked about, we would be holding our balance, increasing at 46,000, 47,000, whatever you want to call it. So I guess, what were you requesting?
So if you go right there, the highlighted estimated revenue section, if you change, on the traditional plan, if you change the single contribution to 1320, if you wanna type it in, we can see the numbers flow from there.
This, you're
Yep.
increasing to 1320?
1320. And then the family right below that would be 3,065. And then just scroll down to your fund balances at the bottom. Up just a little, right there. So that has line 88 has 2.490 versus, in the high deductible has 2.493. So using our trending expenses, those two fund balances would be side by side comparable, yep, right there. And then if you looked at the max liability and the ending fund balances with that, if you scroll down like 2 or 3 lines there, it'd be 1.85 versus 1.987. I didn't run numbers for Josh's request, but to have similar or comparable fund balances using the trending expenses, that's where the revenue would need to be on the traditional plan.
And where,
That's using the
so
same
my
number of
question
dollars.
then is, where is the extra $200 for the family and the extra $400 for,
$650.
excuse me, the extra $200 for the single and the extra $400 for the family? Where will that be coming from? Where will that
That's
revenue be
when
generated?
when I laid it out, that's why I have them broke out by county versus employee cost, because 200 would have come from the employee and for the single cost, and for the family contribution, it would be $650 instead of $250. So the additional $400.
So all the expense would be brought on to the employee.
But that's still considering a 15% increase to the county contribution already.
Do you think our employees can afford that?
I think the high deductible option looks very good with that as a side-by-side comparison.
Yeah, but then that's, honestly, I think it's a little bit deceptive to, have an idea of a high deductible plan to, help us save some cost. I think it's a good idea to offer it. I think it's deceptive to make the other plan look so horrible that we force everyone to go to that. I do feel like that's deceptive. That's my opinion. I don't think that's okay. I think I get that the trend is not real great. I get that we need to make some hard decisions. I think that would be unfair. I also think that big of an increase, would be a lot for some people to withstand. I am okay with increasing it if we need to, but in a way that's a little bit more manageable for our employees.
What I put together had nothing to do with deception or making anybody feel any way. It has absolutely nothing to do with feelings, and I guess that's a pretty direct insult to say that, so I don't really appreciate that. That calculation was entirely driven on numbers and bringing those fund balance comparisons in line with each other as a side-by-side comparison. That is $3,000 of difference between the projected ending fund balances. I don't know what else you can objectively use to compare the cost between the two plans if you're not using that. You look at max liability, you could look at our budgeted expenditures, you could look at the trending expenses. I think Doug put together a very usable trend line based on what we're dealing with right now, and that's where the numbers come out to be. So it has nothing to do with anything else, it's specifically looking at those two numbers side by side and getting them comparable. And I think the point of that is the plan we're on now is not fiscally responsible, and we need to make changes. The high deductible plan option, if you were a family and contributed $250 a month and ended up the year with $4,000 in an HSA, and what was it, 6,800 as our HSA high deductible limit, is that correct, Doug, for that plan?
Yeah, it was 3468, I believe is what I did that for.
Okay, so you would have $2,800 approximately that would be coming out of your pocket in the worst case scenario if you're on that plan. you'd have $250 a month coming out of your paycheck, which people on a family plan are already accustomed to. But your actual physical out-of-pocket cost on top of the HSA would actually be less than our current out-of-pocket max for family plans. So if you spend $250 a month and you max out your out-of-pocket through the health insurance, you're gonna spend $6,000.
Okay, so I'm gonna use myself as an example, okay? I'm one of the higher claimants on the Kossuth County plan because I have a disease I can't control. So now I'm paying, my deductible is $3,400 if I go to the high deductible plan. And I'm paying $250 a month, so I have $6,400 that I'm spending.
On a single policy?
No, I have a family,
Okay.
so now I'm spending $6,400 a year, okay? Each treatment that I have every 6 months is $100,000. I pay $1,000 of that thanks to the great insurance that we have. But I'm gonna be making that all in the first month of the year because of my treatment. Now, this great insurance plan we have is not so great anymore.
Thank you for pointing out how it affects. real
Because
people.
I, 250, even 650 a month over the year and my treatments and all the other stuff I have to have, fine, I can live with it. But now you make it where I have to switch to a high deductible plan because that's all that makes sense. But now that's all due right away.
My point is, from the county, from a cost perspective, and even quite frankly, to the employees, the two plans side by side, it doesn't make sense to stay on our traditional plan.
No, but I'm just trying to show you the burden that it has on the employee that can't control
I get
their
that.
situation.
And there may be tools that we can do as far as, front loading some of that HSA contribution when taxes come in the fall or something like that. I don't know, I'm trying to not make it more complicated than it already is. I just ran numbers to compare the two side by side looking at fund balances. And from a cost and revenue standpoint, that's where they line up.
I think that one important thing that we're not looking at right now is the fact that we did have Josh alternate. And I do feel like that is probably a good step. I feel, that we, I mean, here's what maybe I would like to see, maybe to look at the Josh alternate, to have singles pay $100, and to have families pay $350. Keep the contribution the same as far as the 15%, to see what that looks like. I'd like to see what that makes our balance look like. I know it's not gonna be a huge difference, but I would like to see what that would look like.
So you're saying
So
you're
you're
in
adding-
at 1120 on the.
You go to 1220.
You go to 1220.
And then 2765, you'd add 100 to each.
Is that,
Yeah, that's what I was,
and that's fine.
that's what I would like
Yep.
to see.
We could always guess and check number.
Nope.
1120, you got 1130
I'm
done.
sorry,
Yep, just type
11-2,
Be 12.
12,
No, it'd be
12,
1220.
You're on the next
You're
line.
on the next line down.
And 2765.
I like that number underneath.
with that is an increase in the balance if everything would pull through as budgeted of $200,000
So,
increase.
if you look up on line 88, you'd be 2.246 with the trending expenses. And then if you went at max liability to the bottom, you'd be 1.6. So I guess those are the two rows that I looked at primarily.
Well, this is using a balance of
2 million,
2,045,000, and this is using a balance of 2 million.
yeah. I use the trending one, cause I like that, I guess, but.
Well, you're kind of mixing apples and oranges when you look at the max liability using a different balance than what you did with your expenditures.
Okay, so,
But the net effect of that scenario, I
2.2.
would expect it to be approximately a $200,000 gain by some decreases and some increases, some decreases in expenditures and some increases in revenue contribution.
how did you settle on the 200 for the single? Like, what was your mindscape, like?
So my rationale there was, kind of a 1 to 2 increase over where we're currently at between the single and family, so if single went up 200, family would have gone up 400. Because of the differences in the costs and the premiums and all that.
Does anybody else have any other thoughts as far as like the contribution from the employee, what you, cause you know, right now we have the differences in those plans, that's really what we could tweak. What, does anybody have their thoughts, that you wanna see it up on the, I'd like to see it on the Josh alternate, probably.
Well, and that's
Makes
why I added the
sense.
lines for the employee contribution separate from the county, so that you could see that that stayed consistent, and you could just tweak one number as we went. I don't really care how the lines and formulas go, but that's why I changed this
That's
one.
fine, but that's what we have, does anybody have an idea?
I don't have an idea, but I have a question, if I could ask questions. So far, everything that we've changed, and you left the left column the same, right, with Kyle's changes?
Yeah.
Tradition.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So my question is, both of them still include a 15% increase from the
Yeah.
county contribution?
Yeah.
Yes.
Which, somebody knows what that number amounts to, right?
Well, it's the difference in, right at the top where it says no change in contribution, you got oh, hold on Doug,
Well,
you had it right there on the screen.
all up here, what we have,
If you go back to the estimated revenue section, you had them all right there. They're duplicated, so yeah, 975 and 2350. So that's current, that's the no change. Then you apply a 15% increase to it and it drops down. So yeah, you had all the numbers there
I
together.
think what he's looking for is a total number.
Yeah.
What's that 15% mean, what, the,
Yeah.
the,
So-
I guess where I did wanna know that, you're right, Josh, and where that. This is all of us, we're not making any hard decisions. The tweaks we're making aren't even enough to cover the 15% raise. Does that make sense? Let alone grow the fund, or
It's, the changes we're making are not
designed to.
designed to reduce that at this point in the conversation.
I understand, I guess Amber was saying, what were you thinking, and I'm thinking that we're not, I don't have any direct suggestions of where to go, but we're not making any hard choices, the cost, I'm afraid, so 975 times 12 times 43 employees, and raise that by 15%, and then 2350 times 12, well, that's not all from the county, 2100 times 12 times 83 plans, and then the 15%, that's a large number.
So,
well, let me ask you this, I guess I'd ask this of everybody, I mean, who wants to offer more than one plan? I do.
may I make a statement?
Go ahead.
If you try to determine what you want for an ending balance. And I'm not saying you get there in 1 year. This was a 3-year decline. It took 3 years to get to where we're at right now. So you don't make it up in 1 year. But you start growing. So if you say something to the effect that we want to budget and we want to try to grow 100,000 in over 4 to 5 years, get up to a balance of something. But then you also have to have a philosophy that each year there is just the consumer price index, there's an inflationary cost that healthcare has.
Which has nothing to do with the consumer price index, it's 15%, right?
There's,
Healthcare.
I mean, it depends on what consumer price index you're looking at. But there's a health consumer price index,
Yeah.
there's fuel consumer price index, so anyway, you try to say, we gotta keep that balance at this certain point. Then you can start
Let me interrupt
looking-
you for a minute, theoretically, that balance should be going up the equivalent of the consumer price index alone, not just trying to get back to 2.25 million.
I agree with that statement. But, for example, right now we're looking at, with Josh's alternate and the contributions, we have a $200,000, approximately $200,000 growth. If you say, well, I think we feel comfortable with $100,000 growth, you're looking at revenue. Now what do we do with our revenues? How do we adjust those so that we end up with that $100,000 growth? Then next year, when we get to this same point, we're gonna say, well, we wanna get to a 2.2. What do we do to get to that point?
And, go ahead, I'm sorry.
So Howard, I think I got an answer to your previous question of what's that 15% increase gonna cost us? With the single side, using our current number of policies per month, it'd be 6,300, total for the year would be a $75,000 increase. On the family side, it'd be 29,000 per month with a total increase of 351,000, to a grand total of 426,555, using the 15% cost increase times the current number of policies, so it's a $426,000 change in revenue.
But that's total. That's both the contributions made by the employees and the contribution made by the county. And Howard, I think, is looking at what is only the county contribution, the increase in.
Right, but up here, the county contribution is in there at 15% more.
I do not have it broke down. It is.
It's in there, and what you just put in there was.
I could, given some time, I could get those numbers.
So my question is,
If the board would like those.
will this general supplemental go up 426,500 to cover just that even?
Probably
No, cause
300,000.
part of that is employee contribution. So there's two factors that add up to 426, a county contribution and an employee contribution.
But it'll be three.
But I thought he took it with just the county side of it.
No,
No, it's not broke
It's just
down.
It is not.
Well, you know, you just gotta take 300 a month off to, or 250,
Yeah.
excuse me. I do keep saying 300 all the time.
And that's why I broke it down with individual lines for those, so they could be looked at separately, but I'll try and do that.
I will do it, so all the board, and I will provide it to the board of supervisors, if the board of supervisors would like those numbers.
yeah, if somebody wants it, it's good, we'll all see it.
So is our philosophy that we can and will raise this general supplemental to whatever it is to make it work?
What was your alternative?
The alternative is to change the health plan so we don't raise the general supplemental to make it work. What does the general supplemental all pay for? Besides health care?
Benefits, FICA, IPERS.
And our insurance, part of our insurance for.
So
all
those
of
are
our
going up,
things.
those are going up 3%.
Here's the
Elections,
figure, 313,740 is what I came up with for county's increase in contribution, so just over 300.
it pays for elections, trying to think what else.
So that's where it comes in, is the revenue from the taxes, just the valuation increase or whatever, or just a 3% growth. And that comes from just assuming the consumer price index overall is 3%. So if the taxes, I'm talking my theory here a little bit, if the taxes on general supplemental were, I don't even have a clue, $3 million, I'm making that up, I don't have any idea if it's within 5 million of the accurate, and go up 3%, you'd be going up, to $3,090,000, right?
Okay.
And then 90,000, in that specific example, that 90,000 doesn't even come close to paying for the health insurance.
No, but,
It's,
The other
Okay,
thing
Or
is,
is it for total dollars?
no, okay, hear me out here, I mean, I know that we're taking out our, all of our insurance out of general supplemental. Alright,
when you say that, you mean also the property casualty.
I'm only talking like, I'm not even talking about health insurance now, I'm talking our ICAP, what we pay for
Yeah,
annually. Looks like it's $728,000 and then $219,000 for, the tort liability, so, if we look at how our general fund is, obviously, guys, we gotta make sure all of our expenses are where we want them. But if then we look at that and we say, I'm just throwing out a number without any research, say we take out $200,000 out of general basic and not as much out of general supplemental, if our fund looks okay. That could be a way that we're eliminating some of the added expense. So yes, it's $300 and some thousand, but say if we could do 200,000 out of general basic, I'm not saying we can, we gotta look at the numbers, but that would keep the cost down to the general supplemental fund, but we're using our fund balance on the general basic side. I mean, we can do some of that, but what's important is if we settle on some amounts and say, okay, this is what we think it's going to be, settle on the amounts, say, okay, we're done through our expenses, we're done tweaking, and then look at it, look what that fund balance is, can that fund balance handle it? And we move some of that around. I think this might be a good year to do that, if we can.
may I just make a point, the county contribution that you just talked about, which was $300 and some thousand.
More.
Well, keep in mind that secondary road employees, the county contribution for secondary road employees comes out of the secondary road fund.
Yeah.
The employees at the transfer station, that comes out of the transfer station fund. So we're not
So
talking
you
about.
can't literally do that.
You're not talking that $300 and some thousand is being added to
Right.
and asking, because it's depending on
Okay, yeah, that's
where
fine.
it is, as an
Right.
employer, secondary, and there's 40-some employees, 40-some policies out of 120, a third of it.
And a
So-
question to that regard, does that apply to EMS and assessor then too? They're
Correct.
coming out of their funds,
Correct.
not out of,
Yes,
Yeah.
correct.
so eventually you get to
probably.
Half, close to
I don't
half.
know, but just something, you can't just make a blanket statement that all of this is general supplemental. An
Right.
increase to an expense in general supplemental.
Does that include what, whoever said, I'm sorry, I don't know who said it, does that include the FICA and the
FICA and
IPERS
FICA.
too?
Yes.
That comes out of the
Correct.
secondary road?
Absolutely
Yeah.
it does.
Well, so, what you said is true, I think what you said, I don't wanna put words in your mouth. We could put it all together and see what cranks out at the bottom line, and then see about moving things around, but what do we do, then what do we do if, do we still have time to change it? If, go back and not start over, but go back to the middle and change something?
You gotta make some decisions
You gotta-
on what it's gonna,
Yeah, you
what your
gotta,
expenses are gonna be.
we gotta make those decisions, but I think
Then you
that,
can start doing.
I mean, I do think there's some opportunity there is, you know. The beauty of it is you can switch it one year, switch it back the next, you know, there's some beauty in some of those things that we can switch around, it does help. Did that all the time, just to make the bottom line come out the same, so we didn't have to raise taxes. I mean, that's kind of the beauty of some of our budget. I mean, some of that was before the days of limitations as well, but still, we do still have some capability to move stuff around. So that it's not just all boom right here. So I do think we need to look at that, and that's something that we can look at really fast too. Once we get some hard numbers that, okay, this is where we're gonna end up. And then go through, say, okay, all of our changes are good, especially with general basic, well, we need to get all of them done. And then run the fund balance and say, oh, okay, here's this fund balance, yeah, we could maybe take an extra something out of that for the insurance.
And we have to have all this done by March 5th?
We only have 2 more weeks.
You only have 2 weeks left, yes.
Not March 5th.
So you can publish.
Well, March 5th is when Department of Management has to have it all.
So are we gonna, we talked about putting in extra time, and I don't know if extra time is gonna do any good or not, you know,
No,
just make a decision and run with it?
we got it.
And so then it comes back to philosophy again, yeah, right?
The other thing we need to think about too, to back it up to contributions, is if, like Amber, you said you wanna offer the second plan, you know, I would like to offer the second plan as well, high deductible health plan, but we need to look at incentives. So we're talking $100 increase to single, $100 increase to family, to go with the B plan, with that alternate plan. What we could do then to incentivize for the high deductible health plan, we need to figure out, okay, are we just gonna say single 0, and then do what for family, the employee contributes $100 to their high deductible health plan. And then what, do we do matching contribution to HSA?
So I guess, I tried to simplify it by keeping the revenue from the county the same on both sides, and using the difference in premium costs that could go back to the employee, because I think if you make that choice to have the high deductible plan, there should be and there has to be a difference financially. So I use directly the numbers from Wellmark of their suggested rates for one policy versus the next. And I think that on its own is an incentive. Maybe it's more of an incentive than we need, but I use the same numbers across the board for the county contribution regardless of which plan you're on. So you could pull one lever up and one lever down and offset them, and they end up at the same thing at the end of the day. And I think we've spun our wheels on trying to pull different levers that end up at the same place. That's why I try to keep as much the same as possible and I only changed the employee cost. And honestly, we could guess and check and try a couple other numbers and see what, Josh's alternate would take as far as revenue to get to comparable fund balances if we want, but that's the philosophy I guess I used of trying to figure out what you needed to be to have those plans side by side or comparable in some aspect. I think,
Are you proposing to have both a high deductible and what I'll call a traditional insurance available to employees?
I'm fine with that if our costs are adjusted, because I don't think we can keep status quo or even close to status quo on the traditional side and expect to make any progress on the fund balance. There's not enough revenue to offset.
And what is your philosophical ending balance for fiscal year 2027? What is that balance that you are asking for?
I'm comfortable with the max liability being just under 2 million and the trending balance landing just shy of 2.5.
So you want and I'm just playing devil's advocate here. You want the employees, because over the last 3 years, there's been our balance has deteriorated to a point. You want the employees all of a sudden to just bring that balance up in 1 year?
I think it's time to make the plan changes that allow that to happen. If you switch to the high deductible plan, your cost out of your paycheck from today would not change at all. It would
And I
be
think it was 3
0%.
years ago today, approximately 3 years ago, that was not coming out of your mouth.
No, I've been talking about changing and offering a high deductible plan for at least 3 years.
But you 3 years ago, you had a very minimal increase to contributions, and the insurance was gonna take care of everything.
This
So
wouldn't
you
increase
were part,
contributions.
the board of supervisors over the last 3 years, and again, I'm playing
No,
devil's advocate, you're expecting the employees now in 1 year to make up for what has happened over the last 3?
Okay,
Is that what you're asking for?
can I interject here? I think we're getting a little too personal, and this is a conversation about what do we wanna see happen? Kyle had an idea what he wants to see happen, doesn't mean I necessarily agree with that,
Okay,
and that's fine.
that's fine.
But, like, this was a goal, he's looking at it, I don't wanna put words in your mouth, you're looking at it, how do we get back to 0 for when you're comparing two different plans? How do you compare them equally? And that was how you figured it, and that's fine.
Yep.
I don't think the board is gonna agree with you, you know, as a whole board on that, just from the conversation that's happened. So let's leave it at that.
So,
Where do you wanna go? I haven't said a whole lot. What I think, as I look at the numbers, and I've thought about things, I think the Josh alternate, or the me plan as you call it, I think having that and offering a high deductible plan alongside, I wouldn't be opposed to doing that and seeing where the numbers are. If we need to come back and cut expenses, I'd like to make that decision today. And then next week, when we look at fund balances and we look at where we're at with our expenses, then we say, okay, we can't sustain this, or, well, okay, let me rephrase that. We always can sustain it as a county, as to how much do you want the taxpayers to pay extra?
Yeah.
So then it's a matter of, okay, are we gonna cut somewhere else, or are we gonna make further changes to insurance at that time? That's where I'm at,
Yeah,
and I'm not bashing anybody's idea here, just that's what I think is the right way to go.
and I agree with that. The reason I kept the contribution the same and used those two numbers as a target partially was because if we don't wanna make up that entire balance or that entire difference in 1 year, if we need or want to reduce the increase from the county's contribution, that would affect it. So I tried to keep a somewhat reasonable range of 2 to 2.5 pending scenarios. It could change, all of it could change, it's just how they play in together.
Carter, can I ask with what you had said, do you want to do the increase? Like I had asked him to put in the $100 single and the $350 for the, is that part of what you were saying?
If that's what the direction the board wants to go, I'd say the only thing that gives me a little bit of a heartburn is the single employee, just as I've always thought about it, is the county's responsibility to take care of the employee. The family plan isn't more of an optional thing. I mean, you work here, we'll take care of you, we'd like to take care of your family, here's an option. That's kind of how I've always thought of it. Maybe that's the wrong way of thinking, I don't know, but,
No, it's fine.
you know, just the first priority as a business is to that employee, which I understand the employee has a family and that's that employee's highest priority too.
Okay.
So whether that $100, I don't know, I'm not gonna fight it either way, yeah.
Okay, so I'll just say my lessons, I'd like to see it, offer the high deductible plan, offer Josh alternate. My feelings are, that we raise those contributions. I like to see that it gives us a $200-some thousand fund increase. I think it's a good start, can't make it all up in 1 year, I think it's a good start. That's where I'd like to see it, and then moving forward, then after we get this kind of finalized, which maybe we can do some of that today, I don't know. Maybe look at possibly switching some of the expense maybe over to the general basic side, just thinking ahead, we budgeted in general basic, 50,000 for the fair. This fiscal year that we're on, we're not budgeting that again, we could handle that, so there's, I think there's maybe some room to maybe shuffle a little bit of that money. I'd like to see that as an option too, to look at, that's where I'm at.
I guess even if it's just for informational purposes while we're sitting here, I'd like to see what it would take to get the, contribution totals on Josh's to get ending fund balances that would line up with the other two as they're in right now, just so you could see a side-by-side cost comparison to get those balances close. Wherever we guess and check what those numbers are, it's as simple as typing some numbers in, but from a philosophy standpoint, I guess, that'd be.
I saw what number you changed, Doug, but what was the amount you changed?
It was the family, I increased to $2,900 total.
Could you try 3,000 or
Sure.
31?
From 20,
Oh,
from the.
you're on the wrong cell. Undo that.
I mean, that went up to the 2335, 2,335. I'm going 100.
Yeah, you can try 100 at a time.
There you are.
That's at that 24, so
Yep.
it's at $200 on the family side. For the most part, our single contribution, is the contribution that's being made on single is pretty close to what, Wellmark is saying single needs.
So with that, what's plugged in for Josh's right now is $100 a month for singles and $585 a month for families. Minus it's 3,000 minus the 2,415 from the county.
And that 2415 is the 2,100 plus 15%.
Correct.
Right.
So that's incorporating a 15%, but it's kind of comparables, but then even if you look at the max liability, there's the two traditional plans would be close, but the high deductible plan would be 150,000 higher, worst case.
So is it at all, and I'm not saying this is what I want to see happen, but is it at all palatable, stomachable, bearable to ask the family to pay $200 a month more? Or 150, what number is it just, is 100 the end, is that the most we can go up, is that?
Probably different for everybody.
Yeah, everybody's situation is different, I just think as a.
No, I mean here,
Oh, for just us?
The 5 of us.
yeah, there's 7 of us, what's everybody think, or, you know, what would, you know, you threw out 100, you know, going from 250 to 350, does 150 work in your mind? Or does 200 work, or no, it's a flat no?
I don't wanna do 200, but I also wanna do 100 for the single, so, you know, I don't think it's fair to say, oh, we're not gonna charge single, but we're gonna charge family, let's just charge the families all another, you know. I think it's okay for single to have to pay a little bit, I do, I really do.
Without, please, without picking a fight, okay, I'm not,
I don't
how do you not you specifically, how do we rationalize the county 2415, is that correct?
Yep.
Versus contributing 2415 for employee A and contributing whatever,
1120 for single.
yeah, 1120 for employee B, because, I mean, so how is that?
It's 2 to 1.
Well, that's why the family is paying more. I mean, I'm not contemplating that the single and the family pay the same amount. I mean, there's a difference. There'd still be a $250 difference if you raised it $100. You know, single going from 0 to 100, family going to 250 to 350. There's still a $200 difference in what's.
But the county's awarding this person 2415 and is awarding this person 1020 or 1120?
1120.
That person will also have the opportunity to take family health insurance if they do so. It's not that, okay, you took single, guess what, you're stuck there for the rest of your life. They may also switch to that and have that same reward. It's basically it's everybody taking accountability for the fund that is helping us pay for their health insurance benefits. If I was a person single, I would very openly pay that. It's us keeping our fund alive and going. And I mean, that's, you know, we may differ. That's why we have 5 different people here, we're gonna differ, but my stance probably is not gonna change on that. I do think it is okay that singles pay a little bit. I mean, $100 in this day and age is, you know, it's.
You're not gonna go out and get a private plan for $100 a month, yeah.
No, I mean, that's just
Which is
nothing,
why I said
but-
I'm not gonna fight it, you know.
Yeah, but it helps our fund, and that fund is beneficial to every single employee here. I don't care if you have a family or not. That single person, you know, you can have a single person with health issues, yeah, so, you know, that plan's very beneficial to them. So I guess I don't find anything wrong with that.
I guess I've stated my thoughts on that many times before, so I'm gonna save regurgitating that unless someone wants to hear it, but,
So, excuse me.
no.
So
Go
the,
ahead.
well, no, I'm just rehashing the two. So I know the answer. The Josh plan took the single deductible to 1,500 from 1,000 and the family from 2 to 4, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And what's that do? I never asked, I don't think anybody ever covered it and been lucky enough not to know, but what does the pharmaceutical end of that translate into between the two plans?
Well, I think Doug talked about that in the
Said,
beginning,
yeah.
that it has
He had to
different
check
numbers,
on
so
it,
we gotta
yeah.
get confirmation.
Okay, alright, I do remember that, yeah.
Yeah,
Well, cause the numbers, I think were they not supposed to match the out-of-pocket max?
I
That's what we
believe so.
think,
That's
yeah.
what, yeah,
But
so
it
that's what
doesn't
you were
say
gonna
that.
check
It
on.
does not.
Okay.
The deductible for the prescription did not change at all. And maybe we need to be more specific when we talk about medical, increase the deductible as well for prescription. But that's where the prescription side of everything stayed the same, the medical was increased. The deductible's not a pocket maximum.
yeah, and I guess I know there's real situations where, if something happened after the plan would change or after the calendar year when someone would have a new fresh deductible to meet, that is something that could hit at a specific time, fully acknowledge that. But also in our report, it was plus or minus 75% of our employees that didn't spend $2,500 on healthcare costs. So I guess with the numbers I had discussed for the high deductible plan, nothing would change on the employee side. You would just be taking more independent accountability for your costs, but then for singles in particular, you could get 2,200 back in an HSA, and families you'd get 4,000. So those costs I feel would actually be mitigated fairly well by switching plans, and that's an independent choice, but I tried to look at the numbers to make them comparable.
So I gotta go here pretty soon, but I was just kinda scribbling down some numbers and I'd like to see how it, comes out. So for alternate plan, we could increase the single contribution to 100 from 0, for family up to 400. And then we'll offer the high deductible health plan side by side. The single contribution for that would be 0 from the employee, $100 from the family. And then just to further incentivize, I put down a matching contribution for singles to an HSA at 100, and then a matching contribution for family, to 150
Is that per month?
per month. And that would be our maximum contribution. The employees can contribute more, there is a maximum, I can't.
The totals, like for a family, it's gonna be like the $9,000 range, maybe a
Yep.
little more this year, or for next year, or whatever.
But
But I
that would
have
be
no idea if
matching,
that's embedded or not embedded, or.
but that would be matching contributions, so if someone on a family plan decided they only wanted to contribute $100 a month, we would only contribute $100 a month. Our maximum matching contribution would be $150 for family, or $100 for a single.
You wanna see those numbers put in there, or what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So-
May I ask,
Yeah.
could you please repeat on the alternate, what the family and individual contributions were, Josh?
Single would be 100, and then the family would be 400.
So that'd be raising it $150, the family. Is that,
Yes.
I just wanted
Yes.
to verify.
And to me, I feel like that would not bring our plan up so high to force people to feel like they have to come off, but it would give them an incentive to say, hey, I need to look at this high deductible health plan if I wanna save, and be able to put money towards an HSA, so.
So, I was trying to follow all that as you laid it out, and not trying to criticize the structure by any means, but I don't know that it's gonna be as easy to just plug and play those numbers,
No.
especially on the HSA side, because, the reason I only talked about the HSA as a difference versus the suggested rates is because I used the suggested rates that they have for the HSA in comparison to the revenue that would be generated for each of those. So if you reduce the revenue and then add the HSA, you have to add an expense for that, and
Well, since he has to go, could Doug just at least put in those two numbers for changing the rate of what the employee contributes on the Josh plan, just so he can see at least that part before he has to leave?
So that would be the 12,
1220 was the 100.
Yep, that would stay the same, but for the family, it would be
150,
20,
It would be
28, 15,
28, 50 or 15?
15. Cause you said 400, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's 24, 15 plus 400 would be 28,
This
15.
is the,
Yep, and then if you
Just so
scroll
he
down,
can see that before he leaves.
so you end up with $250,000 higher
and
at 2 million.
using the trend one, you'd be at 2.3.
But that's also
Three.
putting into,
You gotta-
you're incentivizing some people to potentially move over to the high deductible health plan, which
That's
is
where
good.
I'm trying to work on some sort of a tool
Yep.
to estimate the combination of them.
Yeah, and that's part of why I tried to find a revenue figure that would get the fund balances as close as possible, because then it didn't really matter.
See you, Josh.
See you, Josh.
See ya. Cause then, in theory, it wouldn't really matter who took which plan, because you would have revenue coming in to offset either way.
And we gotta remember, some people probably will take the high deductible plan. Right now, we're just kinda looking at it as almost everybody on the high deductible or everybody on the Josh alternate. You know, we're gonna have some in between that might help with that fund balance as well.
That's what I was gonna say, I think you're gonna have, whether that's 10% or 20% of people that say the high deductible plan's for me,
Yeah,
it's gonna only increase that benefit
yes,
to the fund, yeah.
that's
If you
right.
run the numbers, you know, if you're paying $350 a month, and your deductible is $1,500, that's $6,300 a year. Where if your deductible is $3,400 and you're only paying $150, that's $5,200 a year.
Mhm.
So right there,
Yeah,
you know, yes, the difference is gonna be, you're gonna be paying it right away instead of, depending on what your medical circumstances are, sort of throughout the whole year. But that's an $1,100 difference right there.
And
And
if
that's
you
just-
also have an HSA contribution on top of that, that would be an added difference, and that's, I
You're
guess,
still paying $100 a month, you know, so that's a kind of a,
and that's just where that employee has to decide
Far
what's
as
best
daily
for their
dollars.
situation. You know, they have to do that and decide that for
Right.
them.
right.
Because some people might be okay just saying, here, okay, it's out of my paycheck, it's forgotten about, you know, it's, everybody's different. So,
Okay,
and then you throw back to our other piece of the conversation, if there's any change in the 15% increase from the county, that affects everything then again. So, if that stays or if it changes.
I don't think this, well, I don't think that we can probably do that, that's why I kinda wanna see if we can, you know, flip flop some of the money a little bit to, and then it's gonna be a moot point, is kinda my hope, but we don't know that until we say, okay, these are what we're going with, you know?
And I guess, I don't think the numbers that I threw out should be intended as an attack on anyone who uses the insurance or is in the high cost claims or any of that stuff. It's just a financial comparison of the two plans side by side, and the difference in what Wellmark's gonna charge us for premium on either of them, that's all I was trying to get to, is a side-by-side comparison as much as possible, and you can pick which category you wanna compare, you can pick whatever, but I looked at the trending fund balance and the max liability and
We know what you
ranges
did.
that we've talked about.
We know what you did, we gotta move on from it and make a decision.
In moving to the Josh alternate and offering a high deductible, I think it's a big step in itself.
I do too.
Does it solve all of the problems? No, but I think it's a step in the right direction.
Well, and moving to the Josh alternate plus changing contributions on that traditional plan is partway in the middle of what we have now versus the numbers that I had shared. When you try to find a fund balance as close, it's kind of close on the monthly cost to families, but it depends on which variable you plug into, so.
Well, is-
Doug, my last question to you probably is, are you comfortable with that, getting that fund balance by using the Josh alternate and the changes to the 2.2 or the 2.25? Does that make you feel a little bit more comfortable than?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I mean, you get it, like I say, to me, what still needs to be done is, there's gotta be a philosophy that our self-insurance fund balance, what we would like to see. I mean, we're gonna be making some assumptions here as far as how many people will actually go to the high deductible health plan and how many will stay, on their traditional. But, and to be honest with you, that's gonna take a year and a half. I don't think you're gonna see that a year from today, because in my own mind, it is going to be difficult to switch over to a healthy, if you already have flexible benefits that you are contributing to, that you plan to contribute to for a year, and the high deductible health plan is available in the middle of that year, July, are you going to abandon that? Can you abandon that? There are still questions that happen. So, in my mind, you start your high deductible health plan in calendar year 27, and we're not gonna see the effects of things a year from today, because we aren't gonna have enough data going on that. So we're looking at something, is this a good decision? I'll tell you in 3 years.
Well, and then as you have certain employees make the jump, you're gonna have opinions that come out of that on, did I like it, do I not? And if it seems to be a positive change for certain employees, then other employees are gonna jump on board with that too.
Yeah.
You know, but I don't know.
Okay, so I think we kinda know we wanna go with those two things, right? Is that what we're gonna proceed with?
That's what I'm hearing, I don't know, Howard,
that-
or you? Look like you're gonna say something.
Well, I mean, it was more philosophy, which doesn't make no room for, I mean, the insurance is a game, you know, can I raise if it's your auto insurance or your property casualty, in order to keep my house insurance at this level, I had to raise my deductible to $1,000 or whatever it was, or 2,000, did that pay out? It wasn't paid out this year, but it might cost me big time next year, it's just, it's a risk, there's a risk. So I guess, are we landing, I'm all for making a decision before we gavel here, and we're just gaveling for lunch, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, is it 100 single and one increase and 150 family, or is it 100?
I don't know, I'd like 100, but, you know, that's me, you guys You guys have your own
One
thoughts?
hundred for the high deductible, or?
No,
for
no,
the
meaning
Josh
the
Alvarez.
contributions for the Josh plan,
The
$100
changes.
per single
Oh,
and $350 for,
Mm-hmm.
either $350 or $400 for
Right.
a family.
And I'd say we gotta come, I'm perfect, I wanna settle that before we leave here, but the high deductible plan, I think we still need to talk about that a minute and how much, a minute or a half hour or whatever, and determine if it's 0-100 or 0-150 and then how much we can give back for matching and stuff like that, but in order to make a decision, I'm all for making a decision on I'm ready to commit, we're going to the Josh plan for the deductibles, and what do we wanna, where do we wanna land for the employee contributions? I'm willing to meet you in the middle, compromise, do whatever, right? Pick a number and,
I would support 400 for family more than 350, cause I think that's a compromise versus what it would take to get comparable fund balances. But, yeah, then I guess from philosophy, like I've said before, I would take our total revenue, for the high deductible and compare that with the differences in premium and give that entire difference back to the employee, because then they have the choice of where their money goes, to premium or to their HSA. And that's the philosophy that I would use.
are we gonna get there by consensus, or how are we gonna get there?
Yeah.
I said mine.
I guess I'll, just on the Josh plan, my preference would be 100 contribution from the employee and 400 from the family. That's,
Which is what Josh suggested before.
which is in what Kyle said, I think.
Yep,
And
I said.
Amber said 100, or 100, 350.
350.
So, it's not a huge, I don't mean to, it's not gonna be a big deal to me if we go with what Amber wants, but that's my
Yeah,
preference.
Or you're the last one, save the chair for last.
Well, I don't know if Josh if that was his opinion or he just wanted to see it or what, but, I'm kind of in the same boat as Howard, either one is fine. You're moving the needle 50,000 by, right, in your fund balance, going from
Yeah,
about
it's
2 to
50,000.
250,
Yeah. 204
2.2 to 2.25,
Yeah, it was like, 204 to 251 or something like that.
so. Yeah, I'll go along with whatever the majority of the board is, I guess.
Well, you're one of 5, so
Yeah.
state your opinion.
And maybe we should just call Josh and say, okay, is that what you wanted? So, because it sounds like he's gonna be.
Yeah, give him the kind of the two choices we're kicking around.
Yeah, and
350 or
just say
400.
which you want it.
Yep. Well, he suggested it, I didn't know if that was his opinion or.
Right, so fine, so,
Yeah, cause
without
he might
sounding
have
rude,
just,
find out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not gonna answer.
Josh Carter, hey, we're trying to get a consensus here, was the 400 for family that you had suggested for your plan, was that your opinion, or that was just a number you wanted to see versus the 350? Well, we've got the,
We're between
we're,
350 and
we're
400.
between
so
350 and
decision.
400 and deciding which one to go with, and just wondered what your opinion was on that. You lean more towards 400. Okay, that's all I needed. Thanks, Josh. Bye. Okay, we'll go with 400 then,
and 100 for single,
and 100 for single.
okay?
And
So-
that's on the traditional.
The traditional
Josh.
plan is gonna become Josh's plan with those things. And we'll kick around the high deductible plan, we'll look at it quick. Can you come back after lunch, Doug?
Yes.
Okay,
Sorry.
nope, that's good, that's good. Let's, let's break for lunch and
1:15?
1:15. Okay.